Welcome. Sorry for the late start. We're having some streaming issues, but we are live now. We are going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you could all rise, and the flag is right there. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I want to start by saying happy Hanukkah to everyone who celebrates, some of us on the board. So I hope you have a holiday that is filled with good health and light and happiness. Okay, so we have quite a meeting tonight. It is quite long, so we're going to be really strict with some of the rules that we don't always enforce. We are going to limit all of our speakers, even if you are an elected official, sorry, Senator Gonzalez, to 2 minutes, and we are going to enforce it. And I'm going to ask board members to please limit yourself to one question and try to keep it about a community issue and follow up with your elected on any issue, personal issue you have in private. And to only ask one question. And I may, if we are running long, start to limit how many community board member questions can happen, but let's try to be good and think about that when we're asking questions. Okay, so we are going to start. Before we go to public officials, I just want to ask, is Kat Bresler here? She's coming? Okay. Okay, so we're going to just start with comments from public officials. I am going to also call 2 names. And so the first name will speak first, and then if the other name could come up and sit up here so that we can move quickly tonight. I just need to get the public officials list. Okay. And actually, we're going to start with Senator Gonzalez, and then followed by Victoria Leary. I got it. Okay, we're going to start with Kristen Gonzalez, and then we're going to go to Victoria Leary from Assemblymember Raga's office. If you both could come up, and we'll start with Kristen. Hi, Kristen. Welcome to your first in-person board meeting, CB2 meeting.
All right, well,
Okay, who's talking more?
definitely want to give you all credit for being the most on-time community board meeting I've been to in a while. Hi, everyone. My name is Kristen. I'm the state senator here, representing parts of Western Queens, Northern Brooklyn, and Manhattan. I wanted to come in person and say happy holidays to all of you. It's really exciting to see familiar faces. And I know that there's a lot of work that we've done this year in the district. Specifically, and most recently, I wanted to call out working on street safety. So I worked across levels of government, from our city council members and our city assembly members, to put forward a Western Queens street safety plan, talking about real infrastructure improvements that we can do, including things like daylighting, more bike lanes, protected bike lanes, to really set a standard for New York. I know that's an issue here, so I wanted to highlight it, invite you all who do care about this issue to reach out to our office and be part of this process, because going into next year, we're going to need you up, in Albany and even in the district to push and make sure we have the political will to actually get some of these infrastructure improvements implemented. We also had some other big challenges and wins this year, including climate legislation. I passed the Build Public Renewables Act and the All Electric Buildings Act. But going into next session, we're also fighting for more money for green space and parks in the neighborhood. So since that's a priority here, and we know we have a committee that works on it, we'd really also invite you all to engage us. I know I have limited time, so I also just want to highlight a couple of efforts that we have as an office, including a toy drive that we're working on and a coat drive. So if you have any materials, our office is we have information online. Our office is located near Grand Central, but we're open and would love to receive any toys or coats so we can donate it to some of the folks in our district who could really benefit from that for the holidays. I think, I wanted to just remind everyone that our office is open, so we're receiving casework. If you have neighbors, if you have friends that are having issues with housing, especially as it gets cold, maybe they have a home, but they're not getting adequate heating, please reach out. Our caseworkers are a resource, and we're always here to help for any issue. We'd love to, of course, see you all both on the advocacy side, but really on the services side as well. So with that, I am here. I'm going to be here for a while, but I just wanted to come in person to see if there are any real questions, priorities that you all have that we can hear and take up, both in the immediate, but also as I go back to Albany in January. So thank you all so much for your partnership this year, and again, happy holidays. Thank you.
Okay, board member questions only.
I get to pick
Sheila, one question.
Sheila, yeah.
Senator, thank you for.
Hi, yeah.
Wait,
Oh, yeah, we'd be happy to come to the Transportation Committee. So for context on the street safety plan, I cover parts of Astoria and Long Island City. So I worked with mainly the overlaps in Astoria for that, but we're looking to expand. And, those assembly members may not cover Long Island City, but we just had a ribbon cutting for a bike lane here. We know,
I was not invited to that.
Oh. Okay, great. Well, yeah, would definitely love to make sure that you all are looped in. The primary elected officials who are part of that were Assemblymember Gonzalez Rojas, John Mamdani, and Councilmember Kaman. So of course, we were engaging the Story Community Board, but that's why I'm here, because I don't want you all left out of the conversation. And we want to continue the progress past Western Queens, but also throughout the borough, right? So I want to make sure that your partner in that, and we'll definitely follow up with you to make sure that you're not left. Yeah. I see Heather.
Hello.
Hi.
I would like to know if it's possible for there to be state funding for community boards get to do hybrid.
Yeah.
Because essentially it has been an unfunded thing through the entire pandemic, and we would like to make sure that we're as accessible as possible to be able to support those who are also immunocompromised.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So there is a bill that's being introduced with one of my other overlapping assembly members in Manhattan, Assemblymember Boris. So I'm looking forward, and have been working with him, but looking forward to have it introduced, co-sponsoring it, and also getting other members on board. I think I'm really concerned about folks who are not only immunocompromised, but also working people, our older neighbors who have trouble, getting to these meetings, and then also, parents for childcare. Yeah, I'm seeing some claps too. So we want to make this as accessible as possible. So fully supportive of that as well. Yeah.
Board member question?
Thank you. So as you mentioned, climate change as one of the agenda item for next year. I think it would be really important to link together issues that are directly linked to climate change. Where have already at least 2 months above 1.5 degrees, at least 170 days, I think, something like this, above 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial this year. And so linking things like green space, bike lanes, composting, by the way, that the mayor is cutting costs of together in the discussion and in the actions, in the real action, meaning law passing and things like that, is really, really critical to be comprehensive. Because we can't move on climate doing a regulation that has nothing to do with how the city space is being used, given that green spaces, composting spaces, bike lane, all of these are directly linked to issues of climate change. And by the way, you mentioned housing as well. That's also an issue with our neighbors who are drowning in their apartments when there are heavy rains. So that's really important to link all of that. I just wanted to make that remark. Thank you.
I really appreciate that comment. I am on the Energy Committee. Climate's always been a priority, but recently just launched a climate jobs and justice package, demanding $1 billion from the state government in this year's budget for green infrastructure. And when we talk about green infrastructure, like you said, green space actually absorbs floodwater. And I think in this district where we have Northern Brooklyn, Long Island City, Astoria, we get flooded at a higher rate than other parts of the city. And so it's urgent here for us to protect our neighbors in the next, unfortunately, climate, catastrophe that we keep seeing become more and more occurring. So, we are putting together that coalition, and that's where I'm, asking all of you to be part of that fight, because we deserve to have those green infrastructure improvements. There's one other thing I wanted to say on that note, but I'll find you after once I remember what it was. Sorry. But yes. Any other questions, comments, concerns for folks?
Thank you.
Great. Thank you all so much. Take care. Okay. Happy holidays.
I will just say, I've known Kristen for a while and she's very accessible. So if you ever need to talk to her, she will be in contact with you quickly. Before we go to Victoria, I'm just going to call up Natalie and Farah for the next two speakers.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Victoria Leahy. I'm the Chief of Staff for Assemblymember Stephen Raga. So glad to see all of you here tonight. I'm going to keep it really quick. Our office is running a couple of drives at the moment. Currently, we are running a sock drive in partnership with Solution to the Hunger, and we're currently running a toy drive in partnership with the Child Center of New York. You can drop off materials at our district office anytime between Monday and Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. We will be running a canned food drive towards the end of the month, also in partnership with Solution to the Hunger. We have some upcoming mobile office hours next Wednesday from 2 to 4 p.m. at Woodside Public Library, and then the following Tuesday at Elmhurst Public Library, where you can catch the team and notify us of any constituent complaints. We are regularly addressing and working on constituent complaints. So if, like Senator Gonzalez mentioned, if you or a neighbor have a concern regarding quality of life or a personal issue, government benefits, please call our office. We are always available to address any of those items. And then finally, we would like to wish all of you a very warm and healthy holiday season. Happy Hanukkah to all of those who celebrate. Happy Kwanzaa and Merry Christmas later on in the month. And I'm looking forward to seeing all of you again in the new year.
Okay. No questions. Okay. Oh, wait, we have one question.
Yes.
Community composting. Over 100 jobs are going to be lost because of the cuts.
Sorry. Just super quick, 100 jobs will be lost, over 100 jobs will be lost because of the funding cuts of city composting. I'm a compost volunteer. We're going to lose the support of the organizations that depend on that funding, which means at some point during the winter, we'll have to close our doors because we're missing tools and things that we need that normally they provide to us. That's going to directly affect our neighbors. That's a question of environmental justice. The brown beans, the orange beans, they're going to the methane production that's literally being put out into the atmosphere, or at best burnt into CO2 without production of energy. That is not a good solution for the city. This needs to be fixed.
Agreed. Thank you so much. I think it was.
I live in Woodside. I would love to see Stephen Raga sign on to a street safety plan for Western Queens, just like everyone else has. Woodside is very desolate when it comes to daylighting and protected bike lanes, and we're getting surpassed by Jackson Heights, Sunnyside, and Astoria. So we're in the middle of all of it. I'd love to see that.
Great. Thank you for flagging.
So I'm sure you know that at the end of next summer, Creatives Rebuild New York will be ending for the state. And I'm wondering if there's something that can be put into place to continue to support living wages for artists in both the program that partners with organizations as well as the universal basic income for artists.
Yes, thank you. I'm not aware of any, it's really early for people to begin gathering budgetary items. I haven't seen anything flagged, but I'd love to talk more about what that looks like and how to sustain the program for the following year.
Thank you. Happy holidays. Okay. Farah? Natalie? And Natalie, if you could come up too, so we don't have travel time. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I'll be louder. I can't see everybody.
No, it's okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Farah, and I am the District Director for Councilmember Julie Wan. I just wanted to provide a few updates. Last night, we held the first of our focus group meetings for One LIC. Over, I want to say 150 people attended, and a lot of people were able to come and discuss their needs for housing, as well as discuss solutions surrounding that. We're also having 2 more focus groups for One LIC coming up. December 16th is the one for arts, culture, and economic development. And December 18th is for the public realm, transportation, and waterfront resiliency. You can visit our website or email us for more details on how to register for either or. The dates for Northern Boulevard will be announced later. I also want to provide an update in regards budget-wise. So because the mayor had called for budget cuts for a variety of different programs, including composting, Councilmember One has called on Mayor Adams twice, once last week and once yesterday, in front of City Hall to call on Mayor Adams to restore funding for these vital programs such as composting. Councilmember One is a part of the budget negotiation team, and she and the other members of the BNT are continuing to fight for a full budget restoration, but they're just getting started. So please, continue your advocacy. Let people know, our office know which programs you want to see funding restored for, and things like that. And Julie will definitely be working on that going into the new year. And then lastly, because it's the holidays, I just want to give everyone, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah. Today's the first day of Hanukkah. And because it is the holiday season, we are doing a holiday toy and coat drive for our neighbors who live in the NYCHAs, as well as for anybody who lives in shelters. So if you would like to donate, we do ask that the items be new or like new, just to prevent bed bugs in clothing. If you would like to donate, please, you can drop it off to our office, or you can drop off at Culture Lab or any of the other locations that we've listed in our social media and website.
Thanks, Farah. I have the first question. So on Monday morning, there will be a rally ahead of the hearing on the budget, the further budget cuts. Will Julie be at that rally?
I have to check with the team and the schedule.
I will be at that rally, and I would really like to see my council member at that rally with us.
Okay. I will definitely alert that for the team.
Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
You're welcome.
Hi, excuse me. How soon will the videos of the Zoom sessions be online?
I will have to touch base with our communications director, but I can imagine they would be online within the next 2 weeks. You can also reach out to our district office for a better timeline. You can email us, and then I'll have our legislative and land use director provide you with that timeline.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions?
Caroline. I was wondering if you had an update on the call for submissions for the park in South Sunnyside, and if that plan is jeopardized with these budget cuts.
To my knowledge, so the team is still working on the updates to the park in Sunnyside, and to my knowledge, that has not been affected yet, but I will get more information from the team to provide that to you.
Do you know if they've narrowed down a location yet?
I don't think they've narrowed down a location yet. This is probably, I know that the team met earlier this week with Parks to discuss that. So that's definitely something I will get more information for you on. You're welcome. Hi, yes.
Hello. So according to a study from US Bank done this year, LGBTQ people end up paying $500 more per year for health insurance, not just health insurance, but healthcare costs, especially trans folks. So I'm wondering, is there something that Julie can do to introduce legislation or work with communities to be able to offset those costs for queer folk?
That is, first of all, I'm sorry that that is even the case. And I will bring this to our team to see if that's something we can introduce, like either legislatively or if that's something that can be addressed through the budget.
Great.
So it's costs for healthcare and for trans folks and for anybody who's in
And
the.
for LGBTQ people, yes.
Okay.
I can send you the report.
Okay, that would be great. Are there any more questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Natalie? Oh, okay. And well, we're also, Claire, if you could come up to speak. I don't know where Claire is. And and Mercedes, I see you, and we'll add you in. Sorry, it's a packed house tonight. So after Claire, it's going to be Mercedes, and then Javier, sorry.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Natalie, and I'm representing Assembly Member Juan Ardella. The Assembly member would like to wish to those who celebrate a happy Hanukkah. For the month of November, we hosted 2 turkey giveaways with NSA, National Supermarket Association in Sunnyside. At Green Valley Supermarket, we distributed nearly 200 turkeys to the public. We also gave away roughly 400 PB&J sandwiches at St. Teresa's Food Pantry. Tomorrow, we will be hosting a free mammogram event at the Queens Public Library at Ridgewood from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. The address is 2012 Madison Street, and there are plenty of walk-in slots available, so feel free to join us or get the word out if you're willing to travel. Tomorrow evening from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., we will be celebrating Noche de las Velitas at IS 125 as it is the 2-year anniversary for Immigration Assistance Services. There will be multiple performances, food, and a toy giveaway to those who registered with IAS. And as we move to legislation session next year, the Assembly member has also been looking into public safety with the Department of Transportation to make the roads within our district safer as more bikes are showing up on our roads. The Assembly member again wishes you all safe holidays as we approach the new year. And if you have any questions in regard to public safety or need any help from our office, you may reach us at 718-784-3194. Thank you and have a good night.
Any questions? Thank you. Okay, Claire and Mercedes, you're next.
Hi, everybody. My name is Claire Collins. I'm a community board liaison at the office of Queensborough President Donovan Richards. We have one upcoming event, Happy Hanukkah. We're having a menorah lighting ceremony on Monday, December 11th at 4:30 p.m. at Queensborough Hall. Next up, community board applications. The community board application season is right around the corner. Our community board applications will be live on our website at the beginning of the year. The tentative date for the launch of the community board application is Wednesday, January 3rd, and it will be available on our website at queensbp.org. So if you have any questions about the applications, or if you want to apply, please reach out to our director at kbragg@queensbp.org. His name is Khalil Bragg. That's all I have for tonight. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me directly. Thank you.
Laura?
What's the deadline going to be?
We haven't announced a deadline yet, but I believe the applications will be live for 1 month. Yeah. All right. So the people at home, you want to apply.
Thank you. Happy holidays. Okay, Mercedes, you're next. And then after Mercedes, Javier and Siobhan.
Good evening, everyone. Happy holidays. Again, thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak to everyone tonight. My name is Mercedes Jennings. I'm the community liaison for State Senator Michael Gianaris's office. First, I just wanted to make sure that I provide updates. I had a few questions about some legislation the last time I was here, so I do have some answers. First, actually, the first answer was already followed up by Morny, which was the Privacy Act. It actually was passed, and the Senator was the
And the senator was one of the major sponsors for that bill. The next question had to do with a few legislations, unfortunately, that could not get passed through because of the delay in the budget. But I do have updates as to the process of those bills. So the first question was about legislation on disabilities, removing gender discrimination from hiring practices. So the update I have is that the senator is the primary sponsor for this bill. Yes. He will continue to do everything in his power to make sure that the bill is passed in the Assembly, because it was passed in the Senate, but it has to be passed in the Assembly now in order for it to become an actual bill. So he will do everything in his power, and he continues to support the bill to happen. So I want everyone to know that. The second question that was asked last meeting was about the position that the senator has on a place at the table legislation, providing equality and justice when it comes to nonprofits as well as hiring practices in the city. The senator said that he is not officially sponsored yet, but he is looking into it. And if he sees that it does represent the needs of his constituents here, he will definitely show his support. So I will update it on that in January. Third was the question about, again, I know sex trafficking has always been an issue, but also, and I know it's not the same issue, but also sex work and not criminalizing it. So as you know, the senator has always supported that sex work is work. It is not something that should be criminalized, but the only official legislation that is currently on the table is through Senator Salazar's office. He's going to look into that legislation and see if that is something that he'd be willing to co-sign on when January comes. But he does support that legislation to be able to not criminalize the process and provide support services and resources to the community. So I just wanted to give those official updates to everybody. In addition to that, one of the major legislations that he's going to be pushing in January, he actually started pushing it already, has been called I want to make sure I got the correct name for everybody. So give me 1 second. Bear with me. Yeah, the Clean Deliveries Act. I don't know if anyone heard about him pushing it recently. It's to basically try to lower emissions and improve the environment that companies that own 50,000 square feet or occupy 50,000 square feet or more in our district, as well as any part of the city and the state, to lower their emission standards by 2026. He's really been pushing this. He's been getting a lot of support around the city as well through not only businesses, but through environmental advocacy groups. So that's one of the pieces of legislation you could definitely look up. But I think it would be a huge benefit, especially to areas in Long Island City and Astoria. So that's pretty much some of my updates. Are there any questions?
Maury, right? I have a question.
Hi, Maury.
Hi. First of all, thank you for coming back and delivering all these answers that we asked last time. We're really grateful for that.
You're welcome.
Appreciate the responsiveness. And also, I just want to mention, you had pointed out that the senator, one of the bills you said that had passed, not the Privacy Act, the other one, that, and he's going to push it in the Assembly because it still has to push the Assembly. Could you impart that same or encourage him or ask him about doing the same for the Privacy Act, because that also has going to the Assembly and needs to pass the Assembly.
I do apologize. I was supposed to state that he is actually going to do that as well for the Privacy Act. Yes, because that's, I mean, he's a huge support of it. So he's always been pushing it. So yes, he will definitely do that.
And then I guess we should all call our Assembly folks and let them know.
Yeah. Yes. And I want to reiterate that. Thank you. When it comes to privacy, when it comes to especially the legislation on sex work, anything relating to put it on the table, please contact our office. You could do so by email or phone. If you're leaving a message, trust me, we are definitely cataloging any messages that are left. Sure. I can also, sorry. Okay. I can also, I'm going to state my email and number, but I also left a couple of cards here as well. And also the community board does have my information, so you could definitely get it from them. Again, my email is jennings@nysenate.gov, or you could send it to the senator's email, gianaris@nysenate.gov, or you can contact my cell phone number, 646-598-8583. And you could definitely give me the information, say, hey, I'm in support of this particular legislation, and I will make sure that the senator is aware of that. There was other questions. I guess, hi, how are you?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mohammed Hussein, one of the committee board member. I'm very happy to be with you here and make a question for the senator. There's no question regarding these bills because sex workers, they are also part of our society. They are maybe our family's members somehow, but ensure the safety of the community, that is also part of our responsibility. Right. So because we cannot give them job or a better life, that's why they're going to this profession. They're not some bounds to go this position. But I believe as our community, safety is the first priority. We have to make sure that before they pass the bill, go to the safety issue included this bill. Thank you.
Right. I'll definitely make sure he knows. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, another comment or question rather about the sex work bill. I guess, can you share more about what that entails? And I will say I'm concerned as somebody who drives down Roosevelt Avenue as to what I'm seeing. So how would that affect what's going on there? There's pretty much a red light district forming.
Right. So it's a twofold issue, and I too am aware of it, and the senator is definitely aware of it. When it comes to the implementation of it, it's a city issue. However, as per the state, what the state can do is pass legislation to provide resources to also not criminalize it, so that, you know, if situations are going on, women or men can come forward, ask for support, and also provide opportunities in that area so that they could have choices of employment. They don't necessarily have to choose sex work as a form of employment. So I know the senator is aware of that, and those are some of the things that I know that he's looking into when it comes to that legislation piece. And I'll definitely let him know your concerns. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Hello, thank you very much. One question, right?
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
One question about the bill about reducing the emissions of company with more than, I forgot how many.
50,000 square feet, yes.
There we go. Is there a clause in that bill that makes sure that companies cannot localize, or how do you say, outsource some of their activity to be able to claim that they're reducing their impact while they're actually not reducing it at all?
I understand your question. I'm going to follow up with our legislative director to find out the answer to that, and I will give you an answer in January. Thank you so much. Okay, one more, Tom.
Thank
Hi,
you
Tom,
so much.
how are you?
Mercedes, I'm well, thank you. I just want to follow up on the Maspeth Parks in the Laurel Hill section of West Maspeth. The gates are locked. It's not preventing people from using the park, just so you know. But when are we going to open it? I was told it has to do with the transfer from the state to New York City parks. In addition to that, down the ways, under the bridge, near the intersection of Review, Laurel Hill, and Rust, there was magnificent green space created with the Kosciuszko Bridge that has not been maintained since. I understand this is also the responsibility of the state. Can we please have some tender love and care? We spent a lot of money making a beautiful space, and it's uncared for. Thank you.
I will add that I gave a quote about the opening of that park like 4 months ago.
Yes, I do remember that. And yes, we actually had a couple of constituents from the community complaining about the bridge. So we are already looking into it. We are following up with the MTA and the LIRR because there is some kind of weird negotiation as to they own certain part of that. So we're trying to make sure that that implementation is happening effectively. And as it pertains to your other about the Maspeth Bridge, Maspeth Park, we are aware of the matter also, and we are looking into it, and hopefully we can get some kind of solution sooner rather than later. I agree. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much, and I'm so sorry.
All right, happy holidays, everyone. The Queens District Clerk's Office.
Hello, everyone. My name is Javier. I'm with Queens District Attorney Melinda Katz. I'm in the Community Partnerships Division. I'm going to be really quick, and then I'll take any questions. I heard the timer. I attend a whole bunch of these meetings across Queens in the Community Partnerships Division. Alongside this meeting, I attend the precinct council meetings. I attend the 108th, the 114th, the 110th, and the 112th. And one of the main issues I'm seeing right now, especially in Western Queens, is a lot of the illegal smoke shops that are popping up. And I just want to let everyone know, if you have any locations of it, any addresses, I'm always at these meetings. You can feel free to provide me. I send it right to the investigation bureau. It's not that these smoke shops are inherently bad. It's what they're selling is not, you can't, what's the word? You can't regulate. Thank you. It's been a long day. You can't regulate what they're selling, and you don't know what's in it. So we want these smoke shops to go through the legal processes, to make sure that they're actually selling legal cannabis that isn't contaminated with anything else. So that's my real announcement. If anyone has any questions about anything, feel free to take it.
Yeah, hi, just a quick question. How do you know if a shop is illegal or not?
Yes, so that's one of the hugest questions. From what I am aware of, and from what I learned in my job in the precinct council meetings, if you see like the big cannabis symbolism, green stuff in the front, it's not legal. And I will say, I don't have an exact number, but the vast majority of shops you will see, not even in Queens County, but in New York City, are illegal.
No illegal ones if you get board to as of yet.
That's it.
If I see one here, it's illegal.
It has to go, yeah.
But they haven't opened yet.
So there you go. There's no legal ones in CB2 right now.
Does DA have a position on the sex work bill that was just mentioned? And, what's being done regarding this sort of like open air, red light district?
Yeah. So on the, her stance on the actual bill, I don't have any information on that, but what I can tell you is that the district attorney, she has a human trafficking bureau. She goes after the drivers of crime. She is aware of the issues on Roosevelt. I cover the areas in like Corona. My coworker covers the areas in Jackson Heights, but I work with the elected officials in those areas, and I hear about it all the time. And I also want to say that it's no secret that a lot of these people on Roosevelt Avenue who are being forced into sex work, I think as the gentleman said back there too, a lot of them are trans women, and a lot of them are of Latin descent. So what the district attorney recently did is she has advisory boards. She met with her jointly, the Latino and the LGBTQ advisory board. She met with the head of her human trafficking bureau to basically give a rundown of what we can do, what we do to provide services to these women after. What the district attorney's stance is that she goes after the drivers of crime, not the sex workers. So she tries to get them out of the sex industry as they're being forced into it, whether they're being trafficked or just being forced into it, and provide services for them after, while prosecuting the people who are forcing them into this industry.
Hi.
Where are you?
Right here. Hi.
Oh, hi.
Thanks for being here. I just wanted to piggyback on the question about the smoke shop regulation. Is there a resource that can be put out that we can reference so that we know which are being approved and which ones are illegal as regulation is rolling out? Also, what can be done to make sure that the enforcement for these laws are actually enforced?
Yeah. For the list of the actual, I think that's more of a community, like would you guys have?
I mean, we could.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Because I
can start providing it.
Because I was going to say the community board will provide the list. And in terms of enforcement, you can always provide me. You can always call our office. I had a lady recently call because in Astoria, someone opened up one next to her daycare center, which was like, yes, and she was like, I don't think it's legal, and I was like, it's not legal, girl. So what I did was I forwarded up to the investigations unit, and they're working with the sheriff's office, stuff like that. One opened up recently down the the street from the district attorney's office was closed very quickly. But just to show you, it's like, it's really, it's an issue. It's like when you close one, 10 more open up back. So enforcement, it really comes from the community and working with the electeds who are trying, and the sheriff's office who are trying to get these illegal shops shut down.
If you're seeing one right now in CB2, it is not legal. Yeah,
and you could give the information to me, you can give it to the sheriff's office, you can give it to the precinct, they'll give it to the sheriff's office, whatever you want to do.
44th Street was shut down like last month and then it reopened. So it's hard to tell because, you know, our neighbors, we want to support small business and we want, but we also don't want to support one that's like illegal. So it's hard.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, and like they confirm, there's no legal ones at CB2, but the vast majority you will see, I promise you, are not legal. I also cover CB6, like Forest Hills. I think they have like one. They just approved the second one. It was the same questions. Like, how many are legal? And the community board chair was like, one. We're approving the second one tonight. Like, you know, it's like, so.
Caroline and Lisa.
Lori had his hand up.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I just want to add, all state licensed shops are required by law to display the sticker in the window. And that's how you know it's a legal licensed shop. And the QR code, I believe, goes to their license number. So if they don't have that state official sticker right in their window, it's an illegal shop. So that's like number one way to tell.
You know, that was my point.
Oh, great.
So a couple of weeks ago, a reckless driver crashed into the city MD on Queens Boulevard in our neighborhood. The news reported that this individual was charged with 4 counts of reckless endangerment, even though he injured 14 people. Will the DA revoke this person's license?
You can give me like your name, your info. I can get the exact assistant district attorney who was assigned to the case to get you more info on what she's actually doing. Because I wouldn't have like specific case info, but I can definitely get you the person who's working or did the case.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question about, like, does the Department of Buildings go out and issue violations for illegal smoke shops? Like, what is the penalty?
So
landlord.
So it's funny that you mentioned the landlord specifically. So new legislation was recently introduced in the council by, I believe, Councilmember Schulman, that specifically goes after the landlords. Because a lot of the times what was happening in these raids where they were going after like the cashiers or the owners, and that's not the proper people to go after because they have to see the transaction. When I was at the precinct council meeting, they told me they have to see the transaction being placed in order to make the arrest. But the legislation that was passed now allows them to go after the landlords. And from what I've seen, it's been working so far. So it's just a matter of, like I said, the community working with the sheriff's office, the precinct, and the elected officials to kind of all gather the information. So every time we see one, we could just all work together to get it shut down quickly.
2 quick questions. The answers might not be quick, but the questions are quick. Number 1, is there information of a legal path to be, or a path to become a legalized shop for tenants who might just have seen a business opportunity and want to do a honest business because it's not illegal anymore? Number 2, can we make sure that the enforcement is equitable for everybody and not that certain populations are targeted higher, because that's the history of drug consumption in this country is very biased.
Yeah. For the second question, I will say, when I attended a recent community board meeting in Astoria, an issue was brought up that a lot of times when they go after these smoke shops, like I was saying, they go after the cashiers and stuff like that. And a lot of times those people are just working a job. They don't have an understanding of what's happening. You know, they're from marginalized communities. So I brought that concern back to my office because that was something that no one has brought that up until right now. So that's something I brought back to my office. I brought back to my director who works hand in hand with the district attorney. So hopefully I can have an answer for you on that soon. And for the first question, I'm sorry, I just didn't really catch it. Can you just repeat it for me one more time? I can hear. He doesn't.
Is there basically information that's being distributed to the people who are starting the businesses? So, in case they actually just were not aware that there is a path to get a license and etc., they can be informed and accompanied to get these licenses.
You're talking about information distributed to the smoke shops that are like illegal. Yeah. As far as I am aware, no. And as far as I am assuming, they wouldn't they wouldn't probably take it anyway. A lot of these smoke shops, the legal processes of getting a legal cannabis shop opened is like, it's a lot. It's strenuous. You have to go through the community board. It's a whole process. And if you open one in New York City, it's more than likely assumed that you know what you're doing. So if you do it under the guise, I mean, I'm sure we could work with the sheriff's office to distribute some like paper material to hand out to them, but I'm not sure how actual good it would do. No, I agree, but I'm just saying, yeah. Yes.
One more, and that's it.
My question is better. I live in the Bangladesh community. Right now, it's happening bank fraud. A lot of people have a bank account like a fraud. After they're making the report that dispute the claim, they give the credit, but finally, the what will happen in the criminality, the message. A lot of people suffer this kind of way. Do you always can do something for that?
Yeah, we have frauds and scam webinars all the time. And you said you're Bangladesh community?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have a specific South Asian representative. Like same, like I handle Latino and LGBTQ concerns technically in the community partnerships division. We have someone specifically for South Asian, Indo-Caribbean. So I can work with her and I can work with the frauds and scams department to see if we can get you like a webinar or some seminar, someone from our office to come to, a community center, a civic association, or something. So I'll get your card offline and do it after.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Oh, happy holidays.
Siobhan?
Hi, good evening. My name is Evelyn Lee. I'm from Congressman Graceman's office. I don't have major updates tonight because we are trying to wrap up this year and cook up something good for next year. But I really we want to say thank you for all of you because as you may know, this is the first time Congresswoman Min actually representing this area. So this is probably the first time for all of you seeing us so often in these meetings. We try to be present. We try to come to this area more, and we try to meet everyone. And I know there's something more, offering something more we could do, and we are trying to partner more with the organizations in this area while keep trying to secure more funds, more allocation for Queens and including this area too. So as always, if you have any questions during holiday season or in the future, or is anything you want us to know, please always reach out to us, and please have a safe and happy holiday. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Oh, yes.
For the upcoming congressional appropriations, does the Congresswoman have any focuses that she wants to emphasize? And then also, if she knows, like, when will the applications be available?
Application, I would say deadline probably would be the same as last year. I think you are talking about the community funds. So I would definitely connect you. You know my email, so just connect me. I'll connect you with our DC team. They probably would have more information. As for the focus, I will say a lot of things our community cares about is still gonna be the top priorities of the Congresswoman, like, infrastructures from flooding, which is this area definitely cares about. But of course, you have concerns, you have your opinions, please reach out to us and let us know because we need you to weigh in on this. And just send me an email.
Great. And then you're familiar with the community board's financial priorities? Okay, great.
Yes.
Because otherwise I can send them to you. So because I know you said you're new in this district, so I wanted to just make sure.
Yeah, exactly. I know that. Yes, please. Anything else? Okay, thank you. Happy holidays again.
Siobhan? Siobhan from, thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm here representing Sunnyside Community Services, and we wanted to welcome you to the space you're in tonight. If you don't know, this is our Center for Older Adults. And so we wanted to extend a really big welcome to our older neighbors to come and enjoy activities, socialization, come have a warm meal and conversations. We are eager to have them back in our center. And we also wanted to welcome our members to 2 upcoming holiday events that we have. So on December 20th at 11 a.m. is our holiday party. And we always celebrate New Year's Eve with a noon drop on the 29th this year. from 11 to 3 p.m. So share the news, please spread the love. We want to welcome them. If they have any questions, concerns, we're here to support them. Thank you and happy holidays.
Okay. Kat Bresler? Oh, you're here. Okay, sorry, I can't totally see everybody. So we are going to have Kat Bresler make a few comments tonight from the Borough President's office.
It's okay, I'm not that tall. Hi, everybody. My name's Kat Bresler. Hi, old friends, new friends. I'm gonna try and do my best. The agenda says FEMA funding, but let's be specific. Your Congress member is who deals directly with FEMA funding. I'm going to do a quick introduction about myself and sort of some of the process and some of the new information that's coming. My name is Kat Bresler. I'm a special advisor in strategic initiatives to the Borough President. I spearhead Operation Urban Sustainability. I deal with our disaster mitigation and management and some of our cannabis culture. For the process of FEMA funding, it's very important that folks report their damages. The first step is through reportdamage.nyc.gov. That's how we meet a threshold and prove the amount of damages that we've endured in a specific either county or city. These federal declarations that come, we have to meet a specific threshold. Most recently, we met that threshold for Ophelia. We naturally also met it for Ida, but I feel like we're a little bit past that, so we'll move on to Ophelia. For folks who don't know, Ophelia was 929, where it was pretty messy. So we've met that threshold for small business loans, and I can give more specific information about that, perhaps to the chair to distribute. And I want to make myself available for any questions around sustainability and the related notes, I guess.
Perfect. Questions? Yes, we have a question from Tom. Not surprised.
Thank you. Tom Machusis. I reside in the Blissville section of Long Island City. And since May of this year, we have experienced sewer backflows like we have not experienced in 50 years. Does this qualify? Especially when DEP is closing out the 311 reports stating it's a capacity issue.
Are you asking, can you get a federal declaration for sewer backflow issues?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So what can your office do for us? People have had 4,000 gallons of raw sewage in their basement. And it's a capacity issue. And the answer from DEP was install a backflow valve at your cost.
Well, it is very true. You probably should install a back valve.
At my cost, which I did, 20 grand.
And the storms and the issues will keep on coming. We can expect over the next 10 years to see an increase of storms 5 to 10-fold. I would be remiss to not mention the fact that climate change is a crisis that we're all in together. And the issue of either CSO, where the water is going out, or if it's coming back into your home, it is going to be a persistent issue based on some of the standards that DEP has for rain accumulation, right? Our catch basins can only withstand 1.5 to 1.75 inches in an hour. And what DEP had a standard of is not building to the 100-year storms. However, those 100-year storms have nearly happened every year for the last 3 years.
So if I may, I agree with you. Climate change is real. But the other reality is we keep on building buildings.
I was addressing that.
Thousands upon thousands of toilets, yet we don't add any sewers.
Wait a second, I'm sorry. Did you say building toilets?
Building buildings with thousands of toilets.
Yes. Copy. Just making sure I'm hearing. So what I was addressing though is the standard for the 1.5 and 1.75 inches. What we all as a community, as a city, should be pushing DEP to do is to acknowledge that that standard is not where we are. So not only should we be, with a discerning eye about zoning, but also be pressing our city agencies on their standards for capacity, right?
I understand what we should be doing, but what is the borough president doing?
We put out a report last year, Operation Urban Sustainability, that said just that.
Thank you.
And I'll continue to write reports that I hope people will read.
Hi, is it my turn? Oh, okay, thank you. Christine Hunter, I'm the Chair of Land Use for CB2. I would like to request or ask if the borough president can influence DEP to participate or request that DEP take a more active role in the planning process that is currently going on for Long Island City. They did not show up. They were the one agency that was not present at the original kickoff, and it's a critical issue for Long Island City, and we need them to participate. We can't understand what we're talking about in terms of development if we don't understand, if we don't have their evaluation of the sewer infrastructure and the storm drainage infrastructure that exists and what it would take to upgrade it.
The first meeting with the council member at DCP, the first full everybody meeting, which was about over a month ago. But DCP was, the Department of City Planning was there. DCP was there, not DEP. Right.
They had all these other agencies there at the kickoff. DEP was not there, and I know that they were requested to be there. So I'm requesting that they be really pressured to participate in this process.
And as someone who lives in LIC, they're very absent.
I'm familiar with DEPs.
Yeah.
Hey, Laura. I'm sorry, I called on her.
Yeah, it's okay. I take it I'm up though. So I just want to take this opportunity to note that Community Board 2 ranks 56th out of 59 boards for tree cover, which is only 9.97%, which is well below the citywide average. And we're also very seriously experiencing all this flooding at a time when the Parks Department budget is about to be cut. And we just need more trees, more bioswales, more rain gardens, more green, more parks. Just want to raise that fact, and just if we could Operation Urban Sustainability that in the new year, that would be great.
The CBs are welcome to participate in Operation Urban Sustainability, and you are also, obviously, and you can go ahead and put that into the document as well. We did prioritize putting more trees in the ground the last year. I'm not sure what our budget looks like this year. I can't speak on our finances behalf right now, but I'm pretty sure that we'll be budgeting for more trees again, and we're very familiar with where our heat zones are, and we'll be prioritizing it.
I have a question regarding going back to the FEMA funding. Was there anything available for residential, anything? Because you had mentioned that there was a small business fund that was open, but is there is it structured for residential? And if not, is there something similar to FEMA in the state or in the city or whatever?
SBA is a low interest loan. So it is available to homeowners, but it is just to be clear, homes and or businesses that were damaged due to flooding from Ophelia. SBAs are very low interest federal loans rather than FEMA funds that can be direct cash assistance. So yes, it's available to residents, but it's not direct cash assistance like FEMA checks are.
So for example, it would be Tom getting $20,000 in an SBA loan to be able to pay for that, or his community doing that as
100%.
well. And then they also have to pay interest on that?
To be clear, the interest is less than inflation. So,
okay. But it's on, okay.
I'm sorry?
SBA loans are not that easy, they're not easy, so it's very difficult. Paperwork is like a monster.
Yeah.
Everybody's already dead, everything, it's just like horrible to get.
Yeah, I'm just really trying to understand like the solution for people who live in homes and like what the actual structure for funding is.
For FEMA declared sites? I'm confused by your question. Well, sorry. How do we help people that are in frontline communities? Is that the question? Because that's different than how do I get a FEMA declaration?
Both. I want all the answers, please, and thank you.
So the how do I get a FEMA declaration is easier, right? We as a community have to go through reportdamages.nyc.gov and file enough damages that we're in the tens of millions and that we qualify to the federal government as needing FEMA assistance. Follow that?
Tens of millions, is there a specific?
There is, but it changes, so I don't want to give out that like specific. And it's flux around county, city, and state. Because like 3 counties together can go together, and so there's a little bit of methodology and formulas around that. The question on how do we help frontline communities? That's a doctoral level like presentation that would take 2 hours, right? At least to just scratch the tip of the fact that we are in a tidal community. We are dealing with low-lying areas. We are dealing with the fact that we were built on a saltwater marsh. And
we keep on building buildings. And my question to you is, if you have flood insurance, doesn't that impact your ability to get this stuff?
This is your last question.
Thank you.
I'm not here to speak about insurance specificities. I can speak to what the Queensborough President's Office can do.
Was because I had flood insurance, I was excluded.
From FEMA assistance?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes. And we're mandated to have flood insurance.
I have a question with Kat. So you're saying if an area has, so you're saying from what I got, that if there's an area and we could prove to the fact that we have just not like Tom, maybe there's more than hundreds of people like Tom, just only like Blissville, Sunnyside. So would that be part of the FEMA disaster? You said like Tom? No, so like Tom, like Tom. Yeah, so Tom's how he spent $20,000. I could tell you how many families spend about that amount of money, because if you're doing this, set up areas.
Everybody needs to, so there is a window at which time, right after a rain event happens, like Ophelia on 9/29, right? There's a window and your elected officials are tweeting it out. We're coming to, I'm pretty sure, Claire, I made you say it. Yeah, I made Claire say it in October, that you have to go on reportdamages.nyc.gov. It's open, I don't know, maybe for a couple weeks, or tops would be a month, right? During that reporting time, that's the time that everybody has to go in and report damages. Yes, if we can get that in the tens of millions, that's how we qualified for the FEMA funding. Right now it's at SBA, it's not at FEMA cash assistance.
Can I just say thank you for coming? Because we were like, like in September or October, and we were like, somebody must answer, and then you came. So thank you.
No problem. I'm pretty easy to get a hold of. I answer my emails like they're text messages sometimes. So I'll leave cards.
Thank you, Kat.
No problem. You want them? I don't know. If she's easy to get a hold of.
Bye, everybody. Thank you very much. Okay, sorry. Oh, public comment. This is, we're going to do general first. Oh, okay. So we're going to do general public comment first. I'm going to start with the green sheet, but if you signed up for general public comment on the yellow sheet, we'll come to you. And I'm going to call two people at a time. So one can speak and then one can wait their turn so we can hurry things along. Barry Druss and Asif Ali. Barry, I see you. Okay. So you will have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Barry Druss. I'm a transportation advocate, and I have to talk about congestion pricing. We have a serious issue. There's a lawsuit. State of New Jersey is suing the city and the MTA, and Staten Island is joining it. The MTA has set up congestion pricing, but we don't really have a transportation alternative to many neighborhoods. Eastern Queens, Northeastern Queens, Southeastern Queens, South Brooklyn, Eastern Bronx are not well served because you can't get into the city on a competitive speed, and there's no real option. So they're forced to pay the $15 a day. And I'd like to get your support for bus rapid transit, enhanced bus rapid transit that will get people into the city if the MTA initiates these routes and gets them started before they install congestion pricing. And I did make a proposal about enhanced rapid transit about 2 years ago. So I've got a few copies if you're interested. Thank you very much. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Let me keep one. You want all these?
However many you're comfortable doing.
Hi, everyone. My name is Asif Ali, and I'm outreach coordinator with Woodside on the Move. I just wanted to highlight some of our work from the past month and some upcoming projects. Last month, we wrapped up our civic engagement efforts. Leading up to the election, we shared resources with community members while tabling at local hotspots, visiting local high schools. We also registered over 50 people to vote. On November 17th, we hosted our annual Day of Thanks dinner at PS 361 for the families in the community. We also held our annual gift giveaway on December 2nd in Woodside. We had a great turnout with performances from our after-school programs, a visit from Santa. We're also able to give out over 200 gifts to the community. As for things coming up, we'll resume our monthly legal clinic next month. Our legal clinic takes place in the last Tuesday of the month. We'll have a housing case manager and a housing attorney during the clinic. To wrap up, we'll resume our community cleanups starting next month in January. If you're interested, please let me know. Again, my name is Asif, and I'm with Woodside on the Move. I'll be in the back if you have any questions or would like a flyer. Thank you.
I have a question. Quick question. How does Woodside on the Move source its board members? i.e., is it possible for community members here to apply to be on the board of Woodside on the Move?
I'm actually not sure about that, but I can give you my business card and you can send me an email, or I can connect to the senior staff. Is that all right? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call 3 names so we move it along. Witold Rock, Diane Henry, and Walter Inmashi. Witold Rock. Diane Henry. Walter Imashing. Oh, okay, here we go. Hello.
Hello. My name is Vito Drak. I'm a former board member, maybe 10 years ago. And I'm happy to see Mary Ann and Deborah and everybody. And welcome to the new board members. Right, the new board members. And the old board members, maybe we know each other. I run the Olympic School of Fencing. I'm the fencing guy in Woodside since forever, of course. If you want fencing instruction, that's me. And also wanted to say Jim Condis, what Mary and I talked about. If you know Jim Condis, he's in the Queens Boulevard care unit there. He's not doing too good. He's our other community board pain in the activist. Also, then I like to say happy holidays, of course, just quick because everybody said it. And I have two concerns. One concern is that's why I came here today, because it's better to talk in person than in Zoom. I just don't like Zoom. My concern is, and I don't know if I'm talking to the choir, I got my bill from cable. I pay $130. I don't know how much you guys pay for cable. $130, okay? But that's not all. I pay $140 taxes. Do you believe this? $140 in taxes right here. The government, the city, and the state, they worm you to death. I mean, that's why I'm passionate. And I guess my time is up. But what can be done about that? To the senators, congressmen, congressional people, what are they doing about that to alleviate us, the people, so we don't get wormed to death in taxes? Questions? Answers?
I think that it might be helpful if we put in our treasurer requests, potentially, like some offsets or some support for people's internet and cable, potentially. That might be an option.
I would suggest that maybe you have a conversation with Mercedes Jennings, who works with Senator Gianaris, and I know firsthand that Senator Gianaris will listen to you on issues like this.
Good. I know Mr. Gianaris. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else that I wanted to but I think I'm finished.
Thank you.
And happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Coach Rack is my name.
I attended the Long Island City Neighbor Plan for Housing last night. The technology was difficult and did not work well. But more distressing was that we were being pushed to back as much dense and high-rise housing as possible. LIC has its fair share of housing. The density has broken our infrastructure. Tom, you know that 200,000 more toilets are not going to help.
Thank you.
I say no to a rezone that is 4 times bigger than past attempts. We are being asked to weigh in on something we cannot see. We need to see what is being planned. If it is truly to be community-based plan, it needs to be led by the community, and our ideas should not be cherry-picked they shouldn't be cherry-picked to support a preconceived plan. And the timeline is way too short. I call it speed zoning.
Many people brought up deep affordability, resiliency, infrastructure, protecting business and artists, but these ideas barely made it into the summaries. There should be no housing in any shape or form on our last open bit of public land. It's our last chance for climate mitigation at the waterfront. Public land should be for public uses other than housing. I say yes to open space, resiliency on the waterfront, land trusts, schools, community spaces. I would like to see artists live workspace around Annabelle Basin. We need to preserve the artists who will be displaced by this rezone. I say no to 70-story towers on Lake Vernon. I say yes to the purchase of Lake Vernon for habitat restoration, resiliency, and a cultural center. And I would love to see our electeds come together and make this happen at a city, federal, and state level. I say no to any housing without addressing infrastructure first. I say yes to net zero development. I say no to housing until resiliency is addressed. I say yes to using the best science data to address sea level rise, cloudburst events, and heat island effects. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a comment.
I really appreciate that. Question?
Yes, Kat. I mean, I guess it's more of a statement, but it's technically a question. Sure. Did you know that artists are, and the arts and culture community in New York City amounts to 2% of the income of the federal government, and therefore not housing our artists will mean economic disaster?
It's just horrific that we don't acknowledge the people that bring us life. It's without art, none of this would happen. Yes, Courageous.
Pretzel. I was actually wondering if the representative from Councilmember Wan's office had a response to your statement. Are they still here? Okay.
That's to be expected.
Good evening, CB2. My name is Walter, and I have 2 minutes, so let me make this quick. On Monday, I have a court case hearing over the flooding in Sunnyside, Woodside, and I need everybody who's got flooding issues to send me an email. The email is iwachiw2001@yahoo.com or gmail.com. I have to print these and bring them into court on Monday to try to get the case from being dismissed. My solution is I'm offering to build a water battery on 43rd Street and drain those waters down to Newton Creek and generate electricity. That's the only way the city is going to go ahead and fix the problem, by making money. Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
And I'm sorry to ask you, you don't have to share. Thank you. If you don't want to share, don't, but you're welcome us to come in on this court case. What is the court case?
The court case is on the flooding from Hurricane Ida. That's where we're back up into the building.
Oh, it's your court case against the city?
Right.
Oh, DEP in the city?
Just the city at this point.
Okay. Can we get information on this?
Sure. I'll give you the case number. You can start looking it up.
Share it with the board office and then they can share it. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
I have a question. Is it possible for people to submit testimony or to written? Oh, that's what that's what you're asking for?
Yeah, send me information about your issues with the flooding, and I'll try to print them out and bring them to the court. Hopefully we can keep this continued and eliminate the flooding. Yes. The claim is that for 60 years, the city hasn't addressed the issue while collecting money from FEMA for every flooding incident. They've never fixed the problem. The problem seems to originate from when they built the expressway in the 1960s. They expanded it, they blocked the water from draining down to Newton Creek, and they put a 1-inch pipe on 48th Street to pump it out. So every time it rains hard and fast, the pipes get filled, and then they back up into the buildings. This has been going on for 40, 60 years. The complaint is negligence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Well, I know Rob is here. Okay, Rob Bash.
Hi, everyone, and happy holidays. I'm Rob Bash, president of the Hunters Point Parks Conservancy. I was here a few months ago, and I kind of mentioned we were opening up the Queens Landing Boathouse and Environmental Center, and I'm happy to say we opened it up. Thank you. Thank you. We'll take applause. But we had a nice ribbon cutting the third week in October, and since then, we've had our first public paddle where we had about 100 people on the water. Fortunately, no one in the water, but they had a great time, mostly people that never experienced the water before. And since then, we've been working closely with the Newtown Creek Alliance on our environmental projects, and we've had over 300 students from second graders up through seniors come through the boathouse and learn about the environment, learn about the parks, and it's a program that has been working out great. I've been to many of the classes, and hopefully we're teaching these kids how to save the planet because my generation hasn't done a great job, but it's been working out great. And if anyone has relations to any schools and would like to go through the program, we have Willis over here for the executive director of the Newtown Creek Alliance, and the more people coming through, the better. December 10th is Sunday. We have a tree lighting at Adam and Ellie's Hunters Point Park with PS 78. So please come out for that. And I know HPD is going to be speaking next, and we spoke about them a few months ago, but we really need more green spaces. I think Laura said 56 out of 59. Actually, our district is 57 out of 59 in green spaces and parks. So we need more green spaces. We need more parks. And, to have a growing, thriving community, that's what we need. As you probably saw, there's, I think we're the third fastest growing community in the United States, Long Island City. This week, the New York Post had an article about Long Island City leading the way. So we got to stay healthy. We need spaces and green parks. Sheila, yes.
Oh, well, okay. Okay, thank you. Yes, so I would like to know if you can email me or email the office any requests that you have for support of that kind of programming in the budget, then we will submit that as a budget priority.
I can do that. We can work out a nice little plan for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Oh, Sheila's waiting for that. So I have
Hey, Rob.
question. Hey.
So I'm going to veer a little bit with a question, and it's leading to something. Approximately how much of your operating budget comes from the buildings, the high rises and luxury buildings on the waterfront?
15%, maybe 15 to 20%.
15 to 20%. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Part of the reason I ask is I'm thinking about how there should be, with new developments, a greater responsibility in those developments to take care of the public green space and the surrounding necessary infrastructure, community spaces. So I'm sorry, it's only 10 to 15%. I'm just thinking that in terms of us bringing it public, that it should be higher. You are the front yard, you are the yard for those residents, and so you should be getting more money.
Yes, I appreciate that, Sheila. Thank you very much, and I agree.
Thank you.
Okay,
Happy
thank you.
holidays. I'll see you on the 10th. Okay, Juliana Donnell. Juliana?
Yes, virtually here,
Okay.
but not in person.
Oh, no, sorry, you have to be here. Marilyn Jessam? Oh, I'm sorry. Juliana Donnell? No, she's not. No, it's not. She's not. We know she's not here. Peter Schur. Are you speaking though about the, so you know what, we'll do that when we do the public hearing on that. Okay. And I'm assuming that's everyone who signed up on here. Debbie Farley, Sue Ellen Dodd, Rhoda Schulman, and Edward. Are you all speaking about the Advantage Plan? Okay. So we'll do that when we get to that hearing, which should be soon. Okay. Okay. Okay, so next is the presentation from Hunters Point South. Okay. Duncan Miller? Okay, sorry.
Hi, everybody. Good to be here.
People see this, or should I try to turn the lights?
What's your name?
Oh, you just did? Yeah, you just did. I got the.
Can I preempt you for 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah. In the meanwhile, we will also figure out how to turn off the lights. Come up. 2 minutes.
Sure, thanks. Hello, my name is Corey Hennigan. I'm a resident of Woodside. I'm also the active transportation program manager at Tri-State Transportation Campaign. We're a member of the New York Safe Streets Coalition and an ally of Families for Safe Streets. So I live on the block where Krista Whittakin, an 82-year-old grandmother, was hit and killed by an SUV. That intersection is surrounded by 2 schools, a significant park, 7-story co-op buildings full of families. A stop sign was added after she died, but I continue to see and experience near misses there. And in many intersections of the neighborhood because of parked cars obstructing visibility. So I'm sure we've all also heard of the crash in Astoria that killed 7-year-old Dolma Nadoon in February of this year. Not many know that the state has a law preventing parking within 20 feet of an intersection specifically because it obstructs visibility between drivers and people crossing. You know, when pedestrians and drivers can see each other, it makes the interaction safer for everyone. But despite having more pedestrians than any other city in the state, New York City actually overrides the state law and allows cars to park there, obstructing visibility. So I'd like to ask the board to pass a resolution calling for New York City to repeal the exemption to the state law 1202, which forbids drivers from parking within 20 feet of intersections.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Happy holidays. Okay, now we will talk about Hunters Point South and with Duncan Miller.
Hi, everybody. Great to be here. My name is Duncan Miller. I'm with HPD. I'm here with my colleagues Tyler and Kevin. We're here to provide a bit more information to kick off our public engagement about Hunters Point South, specifically Parcel E. So for an overview of the agenda of what we'll be discussing here today.
Can you take the mic and step?
Yeah. Yes. Everybody can see a bit better now. Great. This is.
Can we also switch the light so it's dark there and light here? Thank you.
All right. Everybody can see a little bit better now? Yeah. Great. So for tonight, well, first I'll kick it off talking a bit of background about the project and the proposed project, and then I'll kick it over to Tyler, who will go over our request for proposals process and our community visioning process as well, and we'll end with a Q&A. All right, so for a bit of background about where the site is, if you're not familiar with Hunters Point, this is at the very southwestern tip of Queens, right by the East River and Newtown Creek. And then Parcel E is just north, you see, of the New Gotham Point development, right along Center Boulevard, right adjacent to the Hunters Point South Park. A bit of background about the neighborhood. There's a very long history in the neighborhood, a formerly industrial area that was purchased by the city from the Port Authority. It was first envisioned in the 2000s as a mixed-use mixed income neighborhood. It's a 30-acre development site with 7 city-owned parcels and 2 privately owned parcels along Newtown Creek, as long as the waterfront park, the 10-acre waterfront park as well. It was originally approved in 2008, and this approval was amended in 2018 to allow for 2 additional schools and for deeper affordability levels at the units. Overall, the neighborhood, when completely finished, will be around 5,000 units with around 3,000 that are affordable. With 126,000 square feet of retail space, around 45,000 square feet of community space. As I mentioned, 3 schools and the 11 acres of public and private open space highlighted by the Hunters Point South Park. So to date, it is nearly complete. There have been 5 publicly owned parcels that have been completed, A and B, C, and F and G, and over 3,000 units have been constructed so far. Again, over 60% of those are affordable. 2 schools have been completed in addition to community space, retail space, and the park space. And right now, the 2 private sites along Newtown Creek are under construction, which means that there are 2 parcels left, 2 city-owned parcels left for housing, parcels D and E. And here we're talking about parcel E. So for parcel E, what has been approved for the site would be multiple buildings, approximately 850 to 900 homes, at least 60% of which would be affordable. It calls for ground floor use of retail space and community facility space as well, and a small publicly accessible open space up at the corner. If you can see, it's a little hard to see on the screen, but if you're familiar with the site, there's a linear park on the north end, and the Hunters Point Park along the East River as well. And so there'd be a small open space in that corner as well. But I want to stress that this is the beginning of our public engagement process. This is what has been approved. And I'll kick it over to Tyler, who will talk more about our community engagement process and what we want to hear from the community for the site.
Thank you, Duncan. Again, my name is Tyler Tishner. I'm also a planner with HPD. I'm on our pre-development and urban design team, and I will be the one who's project managing this community engagement and RFP process. So I just want to explain a little bit more of what that entails and how everyone can be involved through that. So in order to get a project proposal for this site, we do what we call the RFP, or request for proposals process. This is essentially a document that HPD issues that lays out the requirements for the project that we want to see on this site. It also has priorities that we hear from the community through this initial part of the process included in there, and we ask developers to respond to that. This process ensures that it is a fair and competitive review of the proposals to make sure that the project that gets selected and built here not only is of the highest quality affordable housing, but also is going to be addressing those larger community serving things such as the community facility and the retail to make sure that it serves everyone here and not just the residents of the building. But this is quite a long process. And as Duncan said, we're at the very, very beginning of it here. From where we are now to the time that people will actually be able to start moving in and live here, it's going to be about 5 to 8 years. We start with the most important stage, which is here talking with all of you to hear about how this project could best serve the community. From there, we're going to use the priorities we hear to help us draft the actual RFP document and put in the requirements that we're expecting to see. Before we issue that, we'll have an open request period for development teams to put forward proposals. We will then have our competitive review process before finally designating the proposal that best meets all those priorities. After designation, HPD helps that developer go through the public approval process, as well as secure all the necessary financing for the project before finally construction can actually begin on the building, which ends up being one of the shorter phases in this whole kind of long process here. At As the building nears completion, the newly affordable units will be put on Housing Connect website, which is HPD's lottery. And there is a community board preference for all the units in this building. There's a 50% preference. So jumping back to where we are now, this is the community visioning phase, which is really the opportunity for you all to share your input, express what you think should be happening here. And we're here to listen, and we want to make sure that we're getting out there and meeting you where you are and providing lots of opportunities so that everyone has the opportunity to be heard. So this timeline essentially is starting now. We're really coming here first to kick it off, to make sure everyone's aware this is going to be happening. And then we'll be looking to kind of wrap that part of the process up in early spring. So our approach to this includes some initial conversations such as this, some kind of asynchronous outreach where we really get out there on the street, try to find people out in the neighborhood so we don't, force you to come to a single workshop and disrupt your day. But we will also have a workshop, and then finally we'll be coming back to you all to share what we've heard and make sure it aligns with what you've been thinking. So for these initial conversations, this is really just an opportunity for us to spread the word that this engagement is happening and hear from people about who we should be reaching out to, where we should be going to make sure that people are able to participate. And so we're coming here to you tonight, Community Board 2. We'll be meeting with the council member's office as well as the borough president's office. And finally, we're doing some stakeholder mapping, trying to ensure that if there's any organizations, community-based organizations that have a lot of constituents who participate in their programming, we can reach them through them as well. So next slide. And then in addition to that, we'll be getting here towards the end of the month, but we obviously know the holidays are a busy time. So really ramping up in January with doing a lot more of our engagement events. And as I said, this is when we get out there in the streets. We're going to have some tables set up. We'll be there to answer people's questions and talk with you. Additionally, we will be launching a project website soon. It's not quite ready, but that's a place where you'll be able to go online. You can see all the information about the site, about the project, about our process, as well as ways for you to get involved and where we're going to be when we go out into the community. Then towards the end of this whole process, we will have what we call our community visioning workshop. So this is kind of our big crescendo. It's going to be an in-person event. It's an opportunity for people to come, sit with each other and have conversations and discuss what the priorities for this site should be and talk about what trade-offs are going to exist. We don't have a date for that quite yet. We're anticipating that it'll be towards the end of February, beginning of March, and we're not quite sure about a venue. So if anyone has ideas tonight about a good venue, we would love to hear those. But to finish out this section, as I said, when we wrap up this engagement, we'll be coming back with a report back meeting, essentially an opportunity for us to share what we've heard. So you all know what your fellow community members have been saying. That'll be open to the public. We hope that the community board will have us back so that we can come and do it with all of you. And then finally, all of that input we hear is going to be summarized and it's going to be put into what we call the community visioning report. So this report will outline all those priorities we heard. It'll walk through the questionnaire responses we received, the conversations we have at the workshop, and that report will be attached to the RFP document that's issued. When we ask developers to respond to the RFP, they have to comply with all the requirements, building codes, zoning regulations, but we also ask them to to the priorities in that community vision report. People who project proposals that respond best to that are going to be the ones that are scoring higher and are what we're looking for when we select and designate a development team. So I know that was a lot. Apologies if I moved through it a little quickly, but we're going to open this up for a Q&A. But also, if you think of a question later at any time, you can reach me at this email address for the project. It's hunterspointe@hpd.nyc.gov. Feel free at any time to email that, and we'll get you a response as soon as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom, I know, but I have a question first. So when you came to land use, which was a while ago, we hadn't started the planning process, the community planning for Long Island City. Where does this fit into that? Are you going to join some of those meetings and talk about it? Because even though I know we have a little bit less of a say here, it's still all one ecosystem.
Yeah, definitely. I was hoping actually to attend the meeting last night. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to. But yeah, we want to be involved and out there, and are thinking it's a great opportunity to attend some of those future workshops, explain to people that this engagement is also happening. We know it's a lot to ask of people to put forth so much input all the time, but we do want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity and knows that this is happening. As I said, there will be paper copies we'll bring with us to those for the in-person events, and then also there's an online resources as well.
Thank you. Tom Machouzis, I reside in the Blissville section of Long Island City. I'm sure you heard earlier our concerns regarding the sewer backflow. So we know from DEP that the sewers are backing up in our basements because of sewer capacity issues. We know that many of the sewer lines in northwestern Queens come through Blissville on their way to the water treatment plant. What is the plans to increase or deal with the new sewage from this project?
Thank you for your question. So when this Hunters Point South development was planned, new roads were laid, new sewers were put in. So there is new infrastructure in that area. As well as with our projects, we require that all of our projects follow the climate resiliency design guidelines. And so these design guidelines are intended to capture more rainwater, have more rain and stormwater retention on the sites to help lessen that burden on the surrounding infrastructure.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you for coming. I have a basic question, and I know the first time you presented to the community board, maybe a year or so back, we were discussing sites D and E. And given that those are the only two sites left in this, planned community, I think it's very hard to discuss one site without the other. And so I would strongly request, I would ask you why one of the sites was left out of this process, even if you're not planning to, RFP it right now. I think it's critical that both sites be part of the conversation because the community has a lot of needs, including a very deep need for more programmed open space, as I know you've heard. So can the process include both sites in the conversation? And are you willing to be transparent about your plans for both sites?
Yeah, so we are definitely open. In this period, we want to hear all your ideas and thoughts. And if that includes both of these, both parcel E and D, we want to hear that. And we're going to be logging it.
About HPD's plans for the other site and why the other site was left out of this process.
Yes. You want to jump in, Kevin?
Yeah. Sure. Good night, everyone. My name is Kevin Paris. I am the Director for Queens and Staten Island Planning at HPD. I appreciate the question that was asked. Definitely, we are open to being transparent about what the plans are for both of these sites. To just put it on the floor right now, going into this process, the idea is developing both of these sites pursuant to the approvals that we received in 2008 for housing, but that doesn't exclude any conversation pieces that we intend to have during this process about what the community feels should be happening at these sites.
Hello, thank you again for your presentation. So, sorry, I was looking on my phone a little bit earlier because I was looking for the data. According to the Food Policy Institute of Hunters College, there is about 30% of people in Community Board 2 who are under extreme housing burden. So this 60% planned of affordable housing are very important. Now, my question is this. Let's imagine that I am a mother of 2 kids. I work 3 jobs for the equivalent of 1 1/4 normal job. Let's say I make $45,000. Can I afford to live there? Because that's the case for many of our neighbors. Thank you.
In your example, you're saying that the individual is making 40% of AMI? $40,000. $40,000. So we're not excluding right now the programming that's going to be available at this site. And as you know, at HPD, we do have a slew of programs that target all of, not all, but a majority of affordability levels. It'd be good to hear during the public engagement what those levels are that the community feels we should be targeting in the project. And that can help gear the community visioning report to what the community feels these programs should be at the site. And then our development community can be more responsive to that.
Hey, two quick ones, one following up on that. You mentioned the 60% affordability. I'm wondering how that figure was determined and how that breaks down with affordability by AMI. Are there going to be deep affordability options or has a specific breakdown not been determined yet? So that's the first question. And the second is, in the timeline, there was something about developer designation and something about public approvals. Will the community board have any input in developer designation, or is it just the public approval part afterwards? And is this through ULURP at all?
Got it. So two questions. The first question, again, the affordability levels have not been determined for the project. The programming that's intended or that the community would like to see as part of this project comes out of the community, the community visioning process that we have. Please let me know if I didn't fully answer that first question. The 60% of the building being affordable comes out of the I'm blanking on the word. So the previous 2008 ULURP that determined sort of the target incomes for the project had 60% affordable and the 40% market. And so, as you heard in the presentation, the majority of the buildings that have been built have stayed in that ratio. But again, my preference and my goal is to hear what the city should be doing with these sites. And if we hear that that is not something that should be, you should feel empowered to say that and instruct us that that's what you want to see. And it just helps us take it to our superiors and have those discussions on where the community wants things to go. I want to make sure I answer this second question, which was about the process. So this is the general process. I think here you'll see the check, meaning that we've already done the public approvals. Again, these are the end pieces of the 2008 approvals that we sought, and the community's ability to be a part of the process of picking the developer is really this community visioning report. The onus of picking that developer falls on HPD based off of the information that we gathered throughout the process.
There's no additional ULURP action required.
There is none. There's none required, correct.
Unless the plan were to be
Right. That's the second step. That's the second part of that answer. That's correct.
I'd like to formally request then that the proposal has at least 80% affordability and also is at maximum 60% AMI.
Oh, 80% of the total and 60% AMI. Got it.
Yes.
Got it. Again, I hope to see as all of you when we do our community visioning workshops and the engagements that we have leading up to that and reiterating points like that for us.
Thank you. First, a comment and then a question. So the comment is in terms of the tabling that you plan to do in the neighborhood. I hope that's at all times of the day and on weekends. A lot of residents are not there during the day. There's certainly caretakers or people who don't work or people who work in the neighborhood during the day, but some people are in the city. So I hope that you have a mix of times, where you're trying to speak to a broad, representative group. The question is more broad, but who ends up living in affordable housing? I feel like I don't really know people who qualify. I feel like the people I've met are from Long Island. So is it the people, are you attracting, is this to benefit current New York City residents? Is it young professionals? Is it, who ends up living in these places?
Yeah, so the units become available through HPD's Housing Lottery, which is on the Housing Connect website.
Who ends up in there?
Yeah, so essentially, New York City residents are given preference. People outside New York City are welcome to apply, but they fall to the back of the list. Only once everyone from New York City has been selected off that list, which is unfortunately quite long, will people from outside. Now, there is additional preferences for the buildings that we do on public land. So like there's a 50% community board preference. So anyone from community board 2 who applies to units in this building has that preference for 50% of the units.
There's a definition for resident. Could you be here for a month and then apply? I am, Queens born and bred, which, we're all Queens people, but we're all New York City people, but I'm just curious, are there any stipulations on that?
I'm not actually sure on that one. I'd have to check with our marketing teams to see what the qualifications are there. But my assumption would be that anyone who's currently living in the community board probably qualifies for that. I'm not sure that there's any term of residency requirement.
Okay, Tom had brought it up earlier. I'm going to go back to it. You heard the complaints about the sewage. You are right by the river, right by the creek. I know that New York City has passed some rules talking about trying to keep things greener, but you have the ability, because we're not even talking about constructing for another 5 to 8 years, of using modern day engineering to capture gray water, to try to use a cistern system so that instead of the rain pouring out in the street and being mixed with the toilet, putting in even a separate sewer system going right to the river for the streets themselves. The question is, will you even consider those ideas and make them part of the project, or are you simply going to rely on the fact that they must comply with present city code?
As far as the project that gets carried out here, as I said earlier, there are design guidelines, the climate resiliency design guidelines that will include things of that sort to help capture rainwater and stormwater retention. Up until that point, I don't believe that we have the capacity to carry out any such infrastructure projects. Unfortunately, with budget constraints and things, I'm not sure that's feasible.
Any other questions? Ken? Lisa, I'll give it to Lisa in a second. I'll give it to you.
Since we all it's well understood that AMI is a flawed method of determining income. And there's even some pending legislation to re-examine that. And I realize it's based on a complicated formula that HUD has worked out. Has there been internal discussion at HPD about revisiting or how would I put it, recalculating what your requirements are, or are you forced to live with the AMI? In other words, it's well understood that that is a big problem. It's really preventing people who need to live there. Yeah. So I'm just wondering what the internal discussions are.
Yeah, thank you. And yes, we fully understand that the AMIs that are set by the federal government do not always represent the reality here for people and do not always serve the people who are most in need. Unfortunately, they are set by the federal government, so it's not something that we can change ourselves. But our development team, who does financing and helps provide financing for these buildings, is constantly looking at the different term sheets that we apply to these projects to see what is possible and how we can make the financing work and drive down those AMIs to really meet the need of the people who are desperately in need of more affordable housing.
So, yeah, I have two questions. One is, have you walked through the Hunters Point Park on a Saturday afternoon in the summer?
Barely walked. It's a little busy.
So you realize how overutilized that space really is, and that the increased density in that neighborhood is not going to allow for children to have adequate place to play. I mean, that's the reasoning, and I think I was calling Kevin all through the pandemic talking about when are you going to talk about D&E? And, we are really disappointed that we're not considering them both together. I think any creative developer could utilize, that space to do something really interesting and creative, to have, the number of units we need, but still have the open space. And, with this limited just E, you're not allowing for that. And so, Christine already said it, and other people have said it too, that, this is what the neighborhood, and I just want to give you some feedback because, the community board has people who represent community organizations, the Hunters Point Community Coalition, the Hunters Point Conservancy. You talk to us like you're going to go out and talk to the community. Like in this room are many representatives of the community. So we're here with you, and we will go back to our organizations and talk about this some more. But when you talk to the community board, you're talking to people who are talking to the community. There's no separation there.
No, I totally agree with you on that. I think that's one of the reasons why we wanted to make sure to talk to the board tonight, understanding that there is that connection. And that's why I try to stress that the voices that we hear at the community visioning is going to be vital for what happens with this project moving forward, knowing that I'm talking to the people that I'm going to be seeing over the next couple of months, many of you who I saw last night at the LIC one LIC event. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Sorry. I apologize. I certainly did not mean to make it sound like you all are not invited and not a part of this engagement. Like, I understand, like, many of you are involved in several different ways in the community, and I certainly did not mean to make it feel like I was giving you information and not inviting you to participate. So I apologize for that.
Well, I think what we mean is you don't really have to go that far to get the feedback that you're saying that you're seeking, because we're going to give you all the feedback and we're going to give you the resources and the other groups and our organizations to reach out to get this word deeply into the community and not just generate the information that you need to report out. So I've just been taking notes, so sorry. I would just like to request that I understand that a change in the AMI is a federal thing and it's sort of out of your hands, but it is not out of your hands to advocate for what you're hearing here. So we would really ask that, I understand that within HPD, you have a certain scope, but in terms of advocacy and really reporting back what you're hearing from us, like that's something that you guys can do, even though it's not necessarily your direct charge. So please do that for us, because the AMI is really screwing with affordability in the neighborhood. I have been on community board for I think like 7 years. I've been on the lottery waiting list for like 12, and I've been checking what the rates are anyway, just in case if I ever happen to win the lottery. I still can't afford it, even if I got drawn. And my husband is part of the DOE. We still can't afford it. We've got 2 little ones. We're really trying hard to afford to live in this district because we love it. So AMI is a big deal. It's like really, really affecting what we can do here. The schools, speaking to Lisa's point, the amount of children that are in that park, which I'm sure you guys have seen, that's on a weekend, but on the weekdays, that oval is not just overcrowded because we need to share that oval with the schools, with the after school programs, with the daycares, with the sports groups, with the rec centers, all that stuff. We've lost sun because of the buildings. And my husband works at that community middle school right across from the oval, and his students are complaining that there's no more sunlight, which is like super sad. These are middle schoolers. There's a high school above it. There's a special needs elementary school below that floor. So it's a real issue that needs to be thought of comprehensively. This is the last 2 parcels. This is our last chance for HPD to really like set an example of how development should happen at a community level and thought of comprehensively. This is our last chance. Sorry, I'm going as fast as I can. I would also like to request, so I chair arts and culture here. as you may or may not know, there is a very big artist community here that have been here for decades, like way beyond my time. And it's part of the charm and the history of the neighborhood. It's why developers are coming and profiting giantly off of our neighborhood. So I would like to request that any proposals that come in needs to have an arts and culture plan in their proposal. And it's no longer acceptable, in my opinion, to just be like, we're going to give you a community room that artists can use at 9 p.m. Only on Wednesdays, and you can't do anything else in you know what I mean? Like, we need like real arts and culture investment. So if you guys could also advocate for that when you're looking at these proposals, not just a basement space with no windows and, you know, like no public visibility.
I didn't want to cut you off, but I know you also have a list, and I'm going to
Sorry,
like
yeah,
half of what I want to say.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
So I would even push to ask if in those proposals, it doesn't have to be a space give back. It can even be like a financial investment in arts and culture in the neighborhood. Sorry. When you table, we definitely have venues. There's venues to suggest to you guys. Also speaking to a point that was brought up earlier, the times and frequencies that you reach out to the community need to be like real human times where people actually are social and with each other. So weekends after work or in locations where people can actually engage with you guys, like even at like bars or restaurants or our arts and culture venues where, you know, our community is willing to work with you guys to host a table, to invite our neighborhood to come out and talk to you guys, because it's important. And the last thing I wanted to say, nope, that's everything I had to say. Thank you.
Got it. I'm gonna summarize. I think a lot of what you've stated. You know, we hear a lot of and everything that you said to us. The planning team and the pre-development team, we are like, one of our charges is actually being your advocates in the agency. So definitely what we hear is what we take back. I knew I was gonna forget almost everything I wanted to say back to you. Definitely, please give us all that information about the recommendations of locations, recommendations of times. You know, we'll be in contact with the board. I think, you know, we'll funnel how we get that information, but it'd be helpful if we know exactly where and when folks want to meet with us, and then that can help instruct us on when those engagements should happen. I forgot the last thing I was going to say. Sorry. I'm going to remember it though. No, it's good. Sorry? Oh, right. Thank you. It was about arts and culture. So in the community vision report, then what we should be seeing are those recommendations of what should be, like you mentioned about the financing. If there's other sort of recommendations that can gear developers away from just committing a room, right? Like what would the arts community want to see in this project? List that out in the report. So it's easier for them to see like what it is that the community wants. Like these are all things that we want to hear when we have our engagement with you.
Hello, I'm Sheila.
Hi, Sheila.
So a couple of things. One is the priority of HTPD, we've been told before, is the development and the preservation and maintenance of affordable housing and safe housing in the city. However, we've had prior projects with HPD where we've shared our priorities, and in the end, the financing and the business plan and the viability of it as a business plan and not necessarily based on the needs of this community have won out. That has happened before. So you haven't talked much about how, like, the fact that a developer, a very wealthy global developer, because they don't need financing, might win out over something that has more of what this community needs. So I just want to put that out there publicly, that please don't just be window dressing to listen to us and really take what we're saying back. Otherwise you're hurting this community. So a couple of things, thank you. A couple of things I have down is, how about housing for trees? No, I'm just kidding. Community facility. So you said, hey, anybody know of a space big enough for us to meet? Well, guess why we don't have a space big enough for you to meet? Because no developer has been willing to build it. So how about a nice big community facility, like, you know, that has a big space, so we can have occasionally a community board meeting down there and have large, and not just try to take over the school. We need community facilities down there. The affordability calculators, coming back to a lot of the conversation about AMIs, the federal government and the financing sets a minimum standards. That does not mean the city of New York and HPD cannot go beyond that. There are opportunities to go beyond that if money is put into it. So I'm putting to HPD, please don't tell us you can only do what the federal government says, because that is not true. What you can do is use some of those calculators and then go past that to make the rents more affordable, to have the idea of what rent is and living be based on a low, like 25% is the rent, because internet and often the electric is separate. All of that goes into the cost of living in that facility, not just the rent. So that really needs to be considered. Otherwise, people like Carisha and others cannot be there. The man with the cable bill. No, it's crazy. So, and so coming back to what we said with Hunters Point Parks Conservancy, what Carisha was saying about dedicated revenue stream. So this has been done in other areas like Battery Park City, and where for education, a dedicated revenue stream as a mandate from the development. If we had done that with the developers on the waterfront down there, Hunters Point Parks Conservancy would not have a budget problem, and we would have, other community facilities. So a dedicated revenue stream here and on Parcel C, and anything else down there that goes into arts and culture, nonprofits within the community, they're serving the community and the park. So a dedicated revenue stream of a certain percent that can be used to keep the place viable for your residents and our neighbors too. Thank you.
Hello. I am the founder and CEO of Arts Business Collaborative, and we're in the process of becoming the first in the city arts and culture CDFI. And thank you. What is CDFI? Community Development Financial Institution. We currently are managing multiple funds for different corporations that give money to different arts and culture initiatives. For example, Gucci works with us in their Chime for Change program, and we distribute those funds. We have also distributed funds to many of the small arts and culture groups in the community, including Carisha's group. So I'm just saying this so that you're aware that there are institutions that can be worked with to do the thing that already have the systems worked out. Give us money.
I hear your point loud and clear.
So my question is a lottery process. When we're making the lottery, the winner, people doesn't know how the process is happening. We instantly open the lotto. They're playing, we see the number, who's the winner number, ticket. Then lotto, this process, please describe how do you press the lottery system.
I'm really going to do a bad job at that. What I can do is follow up with the board on what that process looks like. I don't believe it's like the regular lotto, but it is applicants will go on Housing Connect. They would apply for the property that they would like to have an opportunity to live in, and then from those applications, the residents are drawn from that. But that's a real simplified version. I can get back to the board with some more in-depth details that can be distributed to you.
Okay. Hi, Laura, Chair of Environment, Parks and Rec. I want to echo a lot of the great comments about affordability and the AMI calculations. Also, just want to note that this is a waterfront community, but we have a real deficit of free public pools, and too many of our neighbors do not know how to swim. Which is a real drowning hazard, but we also suffer from the heat island effect. It gets very hot in the summer because we have so much asphalt. Is that something that we could incorporate in this project? Pools also, when designed correctly, can be a great stormwater retention measure.
It's definitely something that should be part of the conversation. I think that my major point I want to make tonight is that nothing is off the table to be discussed and to be part of the plan to help give us directions on where we should be moving forward.
The
recording of this meeting gets sent directly to them, so they don't miss anything.
Yeah.
YouTube, you know. No, I understand, you know, making sure.
Email.
And we'll chat how many times you get them.
Which is fine. I think there's.
Are we taking more questions?
Yes.
Yeah, we're done. We have to move along.
If there are any questions, please email us. We'll get back to you as soon as we can with answers. So anything that's lingering is there. And thank you for asking.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We will definitely be in touch. Okay. I was expecting more questions. Okay, we are moving to talk about, Laura, do we have someone to present from Murray Playground and Lawrence? We do? Oh, okay, great. I was wondering why you were there. Great. Awesome. Okay, thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name's Eric Mattis. I'm the Queens team leader for capital projects. So we have two presentations for you this evening. The first is going to be done by Cornell Rothschild Partners, one of our design consultants. Beth Franz from the firm is going to do that presentation. It's for the reconstruction of the dog run and synthetic turf at Murray Park. And then our second presentation is going to be performed by Jackie Harris, who's our in-house designer at the Capital Projects Division for Lawrence Virgilio Playground. We also have Peter Whitkey here tonight as well, who's the project manager for the Murray project. So without further ado, I hand it over to Beth.
All right, thank you very much. Evening, everybody. Pardon? Okay, good evening. All right, so Peter's going to run the show for me and we'll go through this. Some of this is some analysis slides, which I think we've been over quite a bit. So we'll kind of try to get through that kind of quickly and get to the meat of the presentation so we have time for your questions as well. Okay, I'm ready. Yep. Okay. So the goals for tonight are to talk about the reconstruction of the dog run using synthetic turf, which is what we heard broadly from you all. The dog run is going to be a single open space, not subdivided. Again, coming from you guys, we're going to reconstruct the synthetic turf field and improve accessibility and add more trees and plantings everywhere. Okay. All right, so you know where the site is between 45th Road and 45th Street and 11th Street and 21st Street. It's very confusing, but try to find it if you're trying to calculate. No. Fortunately, this site is not actually a big flood risk. This is the 500-year flood. We're not there yet. Give us 5 minutes so we can go through the next couple of slides because flooding is not going to be an issue at this particular site. Right, so here we see the flooding on the outside. It's a mixed residential neighborhood primarily with some commercial businesses around as well. And as we've been hearing all night, your parks are really important, as you can see within a 10-minute walking radius, this is kind of the only full service park. So it's really important that we get this right. Okay. All right, here's a blow up of the park. You can see the athletic fields are on the west side and the dog run is in the southeastern corner. And we're going to start talking a little bit about the dog run. So the existing dog run is here in the southeastern corner. I think you can go to the next one and we can sort of talk to that. This is the analysis slide with a whole bunch of graphics on there, and I'll just kind of boil it down. Basically, the problem here is that you've got a mulch base and the mulch gets kicked up everywhere and it, holds on to smells and it goes through the fence and everything else. You've got a couple of trees that are in poor condition there. The sidewalks on the perimeter are not doing so well. There's some cracking. The tree pits on the sidewalk are kind of insufficient for the health of the trees. We've got a bus stop on the east side and yeah, that's pretty much it. A little bit of water leakage by the entrance. It's surrounded by 4-foot fence, which is the typical fence. However, with all that mulch adding up, your fence height is now more like 3 feet. So people are worried about dogs jumping out. Don't worry, we're going to take care of that. And it's partially steel and partially chain link.
This is the result of the arborists walkthrough. An independent arborist walks through with the Parks Department and they make these identifications. There are 4 trees, it's really 3 trees, but one has 2 trunks, coming down. One is dead and the other ones have massive structural issues that could pose a potential hazard. So they're coming down. Okay, and these are just some existing conditions. You can see the mulch there, the fence lines, the shade around the perimeter. Okay. And this is the result of our community engagement. We had 21 people come and 68 comments forwarded to us. And based on all of those comments, we kind of reduced that to our scope, which is that the dog run will be, again, as I was saying before, a single space. It's going to be synthetic turf. We're going to add a drinking fountain to this area and with a bowl for dogs as well. And we're going to have a space that's okay. We're going to do some other things for the dogs too. All right, so this is the plan that we sort of settled on, right? It maximizes the amount of open, unimposed, unimpeded space with the synthetic turf, and then it's ringed around the perimeter with a concrete sort of pathway, walkway, and seating zone. This way, if you come in a wheelchair, you can get absolutely everywhere, right, on either side. We have added a central entrance there. We've moved the entrance away from the corner. And now instead of going in and having one gate, there's a double gate. You can go either way, which kind of deals with kind of the congestion issues in a small vestibule area. And if you come in and you actually head to the east, you have a new dog bag dispenser and a hose bib bollard, which is just a little nicer than the spigot that was there before. I should say outside at the entry, there are going to be 2 trash receptacles and a new notice board for sort of, park events, dog park events can be posted there for everybody to see. And then if you come back into the central entrance and you head to your right side or the west side, you're going to see a new bottle filler pet fountain. And what we're kind of excited about the idea of these misting posts. So you normally see the sort of giant tall misting posts at sports fields where there's synthetic turf. Well, we're going to reduce the height of those and sort of scale them for dog size so that there's going to be an opportunity for the dogs to cool off, and that will be controlled by an activator bollard. So, their human companion can press that button, and then the dogs will be able to sort of run through this pool of mist and cool down. Okay. Yep. So what I didn't describe, and we can do it on this slide with the fencing, the yellow fencing is the 4-foot fence, which is, again, what you need to enclose the dogs. But then outside of that, we've created a new planting strip. So we've taken up some of the pavement, replaced it with planting, added some new trees, and that's going to be the lower 2'6" fence, which mimics the fence that's just across the path there. So now when you're going down that path, you have plants on both sides of you, not plants on one side and kind of a not so great fence. Okay, these are the standard fixtures that we've chosen. Here, again, they go with the other fixtures in the park. That's the bench you already have. You've got images of the bottle filler and the hose bib. There's an example of the misting posts doing their thing. And the notice board on the bottom right would be the new addition. Of course, all the fencing and the other dog things are standard features. And our planting palette, we have 2 new trees in the dog park, the Tilia americana, it's American linden, and a black tupelo, which has beautiful fall color. Those will sort of grace the dog park area. And then only on the street, we'll have 2 new Sephora japonicas. It is not a native tree, but it is the current street tree in that area. So we're going to be adding just 2 of those because it's the street tree. All of the understory plants that you see below are native plants, and they are plants that are already being used in the park there. Okay. All right, moving on to the soccer field area, the artificial turf area here. The existing area is not really the problem. It's really the condition of the existing area. The turf itself really desperately needs to be replaced. The fencing posts are great, but all the laterals and all the chain links got to go. The way it's currently striped, there's not really a lot of sideline space. And so people are sort of running out, chasing a ball. If somebody's sitting on a bench, they're running into them. So we're looking at sideline space as something we can improve. There's some tree issues, and the backstop is no longer being used. We can remove that. And I believe the southwest gate is not particularly operational. So if we move on there, right, you're surrounded by your chain link fence that's 16-foot high. That will remain but be replaced and updated. We'll get rid of the 6-foot high chain link fence for the dugout areas, and as I said, the backstop as well. These are the trees that are being removed in this area too. Again, for structural issues or because they are near dead, they will all be replaced and then some. Some existing conditions. Right, great space. We had some great comments from our community members when we did our community input here, and the proposed scope ends up being, again, reconstructing the synthetic turf field, reviewing the play lines to deal with the sideline issues, add a new bottle filler and drinking fountain, and as I mentioned before, adding more trees. Okay, so in the new plan, very much like at the dog park, we've taken that concrete paving and ringed it all the way around. Again, it's great for accessible ADA. We don't have to interrupt it because we've taken out the backstop and the home plate. So that can go all the way around. And because we heard a lot of concerns about mothers groups coming in the mornings before there's any sporting events, and they're all on the south side. There's more shade over there. We've added some new trees over there, and we've added quite a few new benches so that, they're not just kind of hopping against the fence. The other thing is everything is pulled away from the fence a little bit more than it was by kind of rejiggering the size of the fields a little bit, because we heard that dog walkers stopping at the perimeter trees sometimes hit the folks leaning against the fence. So we've made some adjustments there. Yeah, there was a few people who are so happy about that. So we've made some adjustments to that to give a little bit more clearance between those two areas. We've also added, before we get off there, we've also added a drinking fountain with bottle filler and misting post at both fields. There was one at one field, but nothing at the other field. So what one field has, the other field has now. Okay. Fence diagram is honestly the same as it is now, but updated. These are the fixtures you're going to see. These are the typical fixtures at any sports facility. However, the sports bench we're showing is backless, and we are going to do 50% with backs and 50% that are backless, because there are some people who really need that support, and we don't want people leaning against the fence for the reasons I just described. Okay, this is just an area where we're adding trees. There's no understory plants going here. And so we've got 2 native trees, an American elm, the Princeton elm, and the Native American hornbeam. And in our proposed permeability diagrams, the turf fields have become quite a bit more permeable, and the dog run is kind of an even swap. Okay, and that is all I have, so I'm happy to hear your comments. Won't mind?
Thank you. So I'm here every other week, sometimes multiple times a week since 4 years ago, because I have a 4-year-old. It's a great park. And now is a perfect time to add some more shade on near the playground area. It's friggin' bad in the summer. Even now, if there's sun, it's bad, right? Like, and there's the only protection against sun is like that little sign that says, "Hey, it's too hot when there's sun. Don't go here." So it would be awesome if that can be, if there's all these other fixtures, if we can figure that out right at this time, it'd be great. And if not, it'd be great to know why that can't happen on the playground area too, right? So yeah, it'd be great to know your thoughts on that and make it happen. Thanks.
Yep, sure. Okay, well, at the moment, we've got Parks Department here, so they're hearing your concerns certainly about the entire park. At the moment, what's being developed is the dog run area and the sports courts area. So we've added, I think it's 6 trees at each site, and these are big shade trees that we're going to add there. So we're doubling what we're taking out. So we are adding more trees. If there are trees that are, you need more shade in other areas of the park, we'll definitely take that back and talk to Parks and the manager of that park as well. Yeah.
I have more shade for the trees. We did respond from the community input meeting as well as I'm
sorry. Nobody can hear me. Oh, boy. Apologies, people. So yes, in regards to the synthetic turf field, we did respond by adding in 3 more trees in particular because we were told by the community that there were young families that were tended to congregate, and I did seem to see it with my eyes because I actually went out there and took a look at the site on a really particularly hot day, and sure enough, they were there. And there are existing trees that were not in good condition, so we managed to get new trees for that area. I certainly will take on your board about the comment about adding on more shade, though. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I have a very quick comment, more of a comment. I assume that the metal folding chairs that are in the dog park right now will be removed.
They will be removed.
It's so dangerous.
Yeah. So, right, the temporary sort of ad hoc materials that are in the dog park will be removed, and the new, seating that we are going to be showing is the standard seat that's in the rest of the park. It's the 1964 World's Fair bench, if anyone cares. And that will be bolted to the cement. It's not going to be movable. And there are, I don't know, I think there used to be like 2 little benches, and now we're going to have 6+ benches in the area.
Great, thank you. It is my part. I'm going to just go to Carisha.
Hi, I also need to keep reiterating the shade problem. There's no shade that's showing over the benches, the seating area of the dog park, but also for the dogs. I mean, I have a dog too, and they'll get hot really quickly in that dog park, and then they're going to want to sit in the shade with us as the owner, but there's still no shade where people are sitting. So everybody tends to just gather under the trees and not have any real place to go. So I would, if it's possible, to figure out a shading situation for the benches, and same thing with the athletic field. Because otherwise folks need to take their own tarp and tie and like make their own shade over the benches. And then the last comment is there anything holding design back from just making all of the benches with backs? Because I think we're inevitably, the backless benches, people are going to lean up against that fence.
And arms. Okay. Thank you for your comments. So the tree situation, what we've done is we've highlighted in green the new trees. The other trees are there and they're existing with huge canopies. So it's probably harder to see where you guys are from. So there are continuous trees, down on the sidewalk and then up in here. So these actually are all shaded, as are those at both ends. So it's not as bad. And of course, as I say, we're adding new ones that will just sort of add to that. As far as the backless benches versus the back benches, we can certainly talk about that with parks. Yeah, that sounds great. Yes. You can have mine, Mo.
Okay, thanks.
We'll share.
Okay, I was just concerned about the south gate that you mentioned during the presentation.
Yes.
What kind of condition is in it? I believe it's an exit. Is it an entrance?
Yeah. So the gates. We're talking about the sports field. There's a gate north and south at the western end there, and then there's kind of a pass through to the basketball court area, right? So those 2 gates are giant 10-foot wide doubles. I'm gesturing with my hands and not talking into the mic. That's such a problem. 10-foot wide double gates. The one at the southwestern corner just apparently sticks and is very hard to operate. It's going to be replaced with exactly the same gate with, I guess, a better hinge. So we're not changing any of the openings or the access points. We're just replacing that gate. All the other gates all the way around are in operational order and don't need to be replaced. It's just the one. Yep.
Okay, really quickly. I just want to ask, do we know what the environmental impact of synthetic turf is versus real grass?
That's a tough one. I don't know if any parks wants to say this. There are pros and cons, obviously. Certainly from the point of view of maintenance and longevity, this is the way to go. They are permeable, so they are, in fact, keeping the water on site rather than putting them into pipes and sending them out to the streets. So in that way, they're great. they're not real turf, but the minute it rains, you don't have to stay off the field for a day or two. So that's a positive. But, if you're going to argue about, say, the production of it, that could be a negative for sure. I will say at the dog park, we're looking at a different product. I mean, it's still an artificial turf, but it's specifically designed for dogs. So it's shorter. The blade configuration is different. This is going to sound so minute, right? But it reflects light differently. So it's actually 10 to 15 degrees cooler than the typical artificial turf for sports fields. And it has a different backing. So it's 100% permeable. So it's a little,
I'm just going to
more information.
It's interesting. I have to look at it more, but at this moment, I support real turf. Somebody else does too. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone in the back.
Thank you. So two-parter again. The first is my information may be stale, but there used to be a cat colony, a feral cat colony in the park. And I'm curious if that came up at all and is, any consideration for the cat inhabitants and the people who support them.
That's really interesting. Unless that's in, and these guys know more than I know, they're shaking their heads too. Okay.
Is at the other end of 21st Street.
We've been to
by the
is it the north end of the
Yes.
park? Yeah, northeast, because there's sort of a big community garden there with a lot of,
Apparently the cats are
Yeah, so for good or for ill, we're not touching that area. That's remaining sort of wild and free. I think there may have been a tree removed recently that was a dead tree there. So the cats are not going to be impacted by what we're doing today. Yeah. I mean, we're just replacing, we're pretty much replacing almost in kind what's there, but just upgrading it a little bit.
Okay, lots of benefits for the dogs, but no consideration for the cats, which is fine. And would love to advocate for a tennis court in the neighborhood as you're thinking about the courts.
Great. That's great. We'll talk, Parks has taken that note down too. I mean, adjacent to the sports field are all of the courts. I think it's handball and basketball. But, if there's something different that the community wants, it's good to hear it.
And I would say tennis, not pickleball.
Tennis, not pickleball. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good.
Just a quick comment. Want to thank you for incorporating a lot of the committee feedback with regard to native plants, kudos to Benji, permeability, more water fountains, and more bike racks.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, so I do want to uplift the request for real turf as opposed to artificial turf. Whether it's 15 degrees cooler with the dog run turf, it's still hotter than natural ground. And so anything we're doing right now, increasing heat, is a negative. And that's just the surface itself, let alone what it is spewing into the atmosphere to be produced. There's also the issue of bacteria and the microbes, whereas real ground is safer because it cleans itself more so than artificial turf, which doesn't have anything to absorb the bacteria and the things that are spilled into it. So to me, there's like no positives. And I remember in the past, the park said to us, well, but it's greener because it looks greener. And to me, that is not a reason. As far as the stuff that spews out into the sidewalk, what we did at the dog run on Vernon Boulevard and 48th is made sure to put around the perimeter of the base of the fence metal to keep the pebbles and things from coming outside. And it seems to work really well. And I know that exists in other dog parks. So to me, that problem is not part of the reason to change from, comes from a natural, fiber or whatever to artificial turf. Then when coming down to the trees, and I used to use this dog run a lot. I had a dog for 15 years who went to this dog run. Instead of, and I wonder if this is because of expense, instead of just the trees around the outside, because it is true about the sun, what about putting putting a tree right smack in the middle so that you get a canopy and more shade in the park for the dogs, for the, you know, the owners of the dogs. And the fence height, I just want to be clear, the fence height is remaining about 4 feet?
The fence height will remain at 4 feet, but the ground level will be lowered than it is now, because right now.
No, I know, it's built up.
Yeah.
Have you considered doing a 5-foot fence? I know the standard is 4, but 5 foot, because some dogs will occasionally jump over the fence. And the 11th Street is a very busy street. You know, somebody walking by with their dog, a dog will jump over. I've seen it happen. And so considering a slightly higher fence, because 4 foot is not that high, especially for some of the larger dogs that go in the park. Access to power in the park at all, since you're redoing the turf in the sports field. One of the things we talked about when they were first redoing Murray Park was the need for access to power. So there could be events where somebody play music, and because otherwise you have to get an electrician and a pole tap. So please incorporate some access to power. It could be locked, it could be high up, but at least you don't have to bring an electrician to do a pole tap, because that gets in the way of community and arts programs or dance programs being able to utilize a speaker without having to bring their own power supply. So I think that's what I got. Oh, misting posts. Something I'm curious about, because I'm part of Friends of Shady Park and we've got a lot of work to do, is the mechanics of the new misting fountains.
Yep.
These things get outdated before they're put in. So, just considering the mechanics and being able to really replaceable parts so that things don't break down and then we're without them for long periods of time.
Well, this is, I don't even, that's a lot. Thank you. That's a lot. I guess in reverse order, the misting posts are basically the standard parks misting posts that you see at every sports field. So the parts are interchangeable. They're easily replaced. It's just shorter and configured for dogs. So everything is lower. So that shouldn't be a problem. The beauty of the misting post is there's no additional infrastructure, because it does not put out enough water to warrant a drain and doesn't add more water to DEP and all this other stuff. So that's sort of an easy one. Back to the trees. The trees are not in the middle of the park because even with the natural mulch that you had there already, the roots were kind of everywhere and they became these major tripping hazards. So we're all getting this direction from parks that it's better to keep sort of the open space open. We also heard from the community that what they really wanted was sort of unimpeded open space for the dogs to run. So that's sort of how that decision came about. We'll certainly take your comment about the natural turf, and I know that was not the only time we heard it. It's interesting because when we had our original community engagement, everybody wanted synthetic turf. So this is kind of a different, just a different take on what we're hearing from everybody, but we'll go back and talk to Parks about it.
Okay, I'm sorry, we're gonna stop. We do have one other part to talk about. I am gonna say when we get to the question portion, everybody gets one question and I'm gonna limit it at, we'll see, 5 or 6. So, because we need to move the meeting along.
So we have to leave before 10:15 or at 10:50. Yeah, we have a hard stop.
At 10:30.
Shuts us off at.
We have to leave here at 10:30.
Is it possible to postpone any public hearings?
Well, first of all, let's continue with this. When Steve gets back, we'll talk about tabling, because I need the parliamentarian to weigh in on when we can table.
After attendance.
Yeah, after attendance. You can have a motion to table until after attendance. Okay, but right now, let's have the second park presentation and continue on.
Hi, thank you, everyone. My name is Jackie Harris, and I'm the project manager for the Lawrence Virgilio Playground project. The goals for the project are to focus on the playground, add environmental amenities, upgrade the fitness, create a destination seating area, and provide an in-ground mini pool. The playground is in Windmuller Park. And we can quickly go through as there is no flooding in this area. It is surrounded by mainly residential, whether it's mixed, multi or single family. And it is a large neighborhood park. But it is the only one with Torsney Playground at the edge of a 10-minute walking radius. You can see here what the area of work is, and it's the playground, the seating area, and the 2 fitness areas that are within the track. Let's just go to the next one. So jumping ahead to site analysis, we have the play area, which is centered within the park. 2 swing areas, one north and one south of that, a spray shower that's in the shade. The biggest thing that we heard from you and that we observed on the site is that it is very sunny. So we'll think about that with the design. The fitness areas are in kind of a shady area, which actually causes some problems with the root zone. The trees are going underneath the pavement there. And in the seating area to this side of the park, there is some erosion that's happening from water flowing off of the pavement. And so we'll think about that as well. We do have a nice canopy of mature trees surrounding the park with only a couple poor condition removals. We will be going for DEP permitting, and what that means for this project is that we will be trying to capture the stormwater on site rather than sending it out to the drain system. Here's just some quick photos of the existing conditions in the park, play area, safety surface, swings, the spray shower in the shade. Here's the fitness area, and you can see some of that heaving pavement. This is the transition between the playground and the track. And here is the seating area, and you can see some of the erosion that's happening. And so when we talked to you in the late spring, the biggest thing that we heard from you is that you wanted more shade on the site. General updates were requested along with gates at the entrances and, soccer play in the playground. The important things are things like pool and swings. So these are the things that we were thinking about with the design. So this is a lot of information, and it's probably small for you in the back. So the big takeaway from this image is that we provided a lot of trees within the playground, and we also provided some shade structures to help with shade early in the before the trees mature. So you can go to the next one. So a blow up of the focusing on the play area. The big move that we made here is to put the play in the existing shade and bring the spray a little bit more into the sun. So it provides the type of sunshade situation that's kind of desired for those uses. And below that, we have a nice big bank of swings. So moving to the other side of the comfort station, we have shifted the location of the mini pool closer to the street. And that will be an in-ground mini pool. And I'm going to look at the exact size of that in a couple slides. So in the space where the mini pool is now, it will be a seating area and synthetic turf, but we will have some nice seating for waiting while you're waiting for the pool. Transitioning to the track area, we've provided a nice accessible route with a ramp and stairs, and we've moved the fitness area below that entrance, just to the left of the proposed mini pool. And we'll look at the exact amenities there in a couple slides. And the fitness area will now be, the current fitness areas will be a continuous planting bed. So in the current destination seating area, we've provided a larger planting bed to give those existing trees in the center nice space to grow. And we've given some tables that actually, sorry, mislabeled there. They're cafe tables, not game tables. Tables surrounding that nice bed and seating surrounding that area. And we'll work on the flooding, sorry, it's not really flooding, the water that's flowing off of that seating area by reducing the space and creating dry wells where the water can go. So this is kind of gives a sense of what the this space will look like once it's complete. I'm going to go through these kind of quickly so we can get to the exact details. So this gives a feel of that transition from the track to the new seating area and the comfort station. And this is sort of the opposite view, which shows the handball, the seating area, and the new in-ground mini pool. This is what the play equipment will look like, and we try to provide a variety of experiences for different user levels. And on the top right of this image, you can see what that shade structure will look like. And we have 3 of those in the play area. This is the 2 to 5 play area, and what we've tried to provide here is ground play with lots of interactive activities. And you can also see there the expression swing that we'll have one of those within the bank of swings, and what that provides is you know, a parent-child swinging experience where you can have eye contact and interaction. So this is what would be provided in the spray shower. Again, we really want to provide a variety of options and experiences. So there's 1 upright and 2 types of ground sprays for different experiences. And we will also offer the upright misting post at the synthetic turf area. Now here is the fitness equipment, and again, like with all the other features that we're proposing, we do want to provide a variety of activities and use opportunities. So a variety of people and different abilities can use this space. And here is the mini pool, and we will be working with an engineer through the process to really develop this further. But the main takeaway point is that the in-ground pool will be larger than the one you have currently, and you'll have larger decking area, and will provide a chair lift to provide further accessibility. This is the fencing diagram. Currently at the street, you have 4-foot fence, so we'll carry that around the play area and have appropriate fence heights for the uses. So around the handball, it'll be taller chain link fence. Around the pool, it will be 7-foot fence. And the next slide is going to show us what these fences look like. So you can see the image on the left is what will be the majority around the fence, around the pool, and then around the utility, it'll be a louvered a louvered fence. We'll have the 4-foot steel picket around most of the area, tree guards around the planted areas, and handrails and pipe rail around the seating area where it currently exists, but handrail where it's appropriate. And the trash cans are also there as well. This is the materials palette, and it is a standard materials palette with sorry, excuse me. You can see the picnic table, the cafe table, the benches, the pavement. It will be a hex concrete pavement in the seating area, and we'll carry that throughout the play area. And we have a variety of nice shade trees and lower mid canopy trees to provide good shade, good seasonal interest, and similar with the shrubs and lower planted material. It will provide seasonal interest and good cover. So this slide represents the amount of permeable space, and we will be increasing that with our proposed design. And here again is the schematic, and hopefully I got through that quick because I know everyone's ready to go. Yes, but hopefully not so quick that I skip something.
Thank you. So we are going to take questions, but before we take questions, I'm just going to give you an update on time. So we actually are allowed to be here past 10:30. We've confirmed that, but we do want to move this along. So we're going to take a limited number of questions. I'm going to take one question per board member, but only up to 6 questions.
We will not have the cameras?
We will not have the cameras after 10:15. Right. So we will do that. And then after that, we will go to attendance because that allows us to table anything that we don't think we can get to tonight. But first, we're going to start with questions on this part. So if you have a question, raise your hand and I'll come give you the mic. Okay. But I'm going to say again, please, one question only per board member. First. Okay.
Hi, yeah, thank you. I have a quick question and another question. First of all, this is one of the only playgrounds I've seen that doesn't have gates to keep children inside. Will that change?
Yes, yes. In my speed of trying to get through, I neglected to mention the gates. So if we go to the fencing diagram, we'll provide a double gate at the entrance, a double gate at the new stair and ramp area, and a single gate at the transition to the seating area, and of course a gate at the pool. Yeah.
Okay, and then just, sorry for this one more question. On the hottest days of the summer, sometimes there wasn't enough water pressure to operate the sprinklers or the pool for some reason. Will that be addressed?
Yeah, we will look at that when we're working with the engineers.
Hi, thank you again. So super quick, I couldn't read the species of trees and plants that you were showing. I'm not asking for the detail, just a general question. Have they been replaced by more native plants? There was European elm, if I remember before, and Nanking cherry or something like that. And I requested if we could have species that are native to the Northeast, like redbud in the same color palette, or just American elm, because, you know, similar tree.
Understood, understood. Yeah, we did add a couple more varieties of more native, and we'll address that in the design process and construction drawings.
Yeah, so thrilled that you got the DEP permit for 100% stormwater retention, like we asked in committee. Just wondering, is this going to affect the timeline?
Let me just say that that is something that we work through in the design and the construction drawing phase. Okay. And we'll be working with the engineers on that. So we're going to work on capturing as much water as we possibly can. Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah, just want to reiterate the ask not to have every park with a playground under construction in the neighborhood at the same time.
We'll do our best.
Thank you.
maybe this is premature based on Laura's question, but one of the big issues in this park, and I'm there daily, is erosion, and a lot of the dirt and a lot of everything ends up on Woodside Avenue, basically, because of the slopes. So can you, it would have to, I'm not sure where the detention could be because there aren't enough flat areas at the lower levels of the park. You're really aiming to correct this problem?
So in the seating area, there's currently, it kind of looks like the shape of an eye, right? So there's peaks at the ends. So we've rounded those edges here. It's more rounded, which allows for space directly off the seating area to put dry wells and catch water.
Yeah, but that's at the high.
That's where you want to catch your water. You want to catch your water at the top.
You have these slopes.
I understand.
Run down and you have the area.
Yeah.
How are you going to?
Yeah. So actually, if you go to the existing conditions, right here. One more. This is directly off of that seating area. I don't know if you can read what this looks like back there. All that erosion is coming right off that seating area. That's where the water's coming from. So you want to catch it where it's coming from. And then it's going to accelerate as it goes down the hill. So hopefully we can catch that at the top. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So
thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for going quickly for us.
So I'm going to turn this one off.
Okay, Debbie, we're going to go to attendance.
The mic is off.
It's off. The mic is off.
All right. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. And last time I do this, so thank you for the privilege. Amparo Abelbey. Nelly Afshar. Anatol Ashraf, present. John Bahia. Anne Marie Baranowski. Kalisha, time. Nicholas Berkowitz. Kat Bloomfield. It's got to be present.
It's in Japanese.
Okay. Daniel Brecker.
Present.
Carlos Castel Crook. Tania Chavez. Osman Choudhury. Stephen Cooper. Kelly Craig is excused. Warren Davis. Here. Lisa Deller. Here. Maury Gallinoy. Here. Somnath Gimiri. Yep. Dr. Oz.
Please speak loud, remember that we're recording.
Camille Gray.
Here.
Ken Greenberg.
Here.
Mohammed Hossein.
Here.
Christine Hunter.
Here.
Reverend Kendall. Logan Khan.
Here.
Diana Kitchler. Pramit Kumar. Shumang Lama. Sheila Lewandowski. Benjamin Lucas. Patrick Martinez.
Here.
Tom Matuzis. Eric Narberg. Zishanot. Riley Owens. Myself is excused. Norberto Saldana. Laura Shepard. Ryan Smith. Caroline Spitzer. Lauren Springer. From Saktashi is absent. Akello Thomas. Akello Thomas. Mary Torres excused. Leticia Vasquez excused. And Counseling Youngso is absent. We have quorum.
Okay, I'm going to keep moving us along unless anyone wants to make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we defer all items that do not have to be addressed, I'd like to make a motion to defer all items that do not have to be addressed tonight, and that accepting the parks votes, because I think those are very
They have to be made
straightforward.
tonight.
Huh?
They need to be made tonight.
That's fine. Then they should be included. Everything else, I make a motion that we defer. We absolutely have to have the voting, and we have to.
It has to be specific.
Huh?
What exactly are you trying to defer?
Okay, let's defer. Intro 1099, discussion of draft hybrid. So have we. And the committee votes, except for environment parks, because the other ones are.
Okay, we actually have to vote though on a motion to table. So it's not just, you can make it, but we have to vote.
Yeah.
So Debbie, just one question, because Steve is not, I don't know where Steve has gone. Okay. Yeah, we need, and my question is, do we need to make the motion individually for each thing, or can we do it all together? Yeah, I see him. Okay, so.
We are here waiting and waiting and.
Look, I will not be voting yes for a motion to table. I want to get through everything tonight, but this is the process that we have to follow. So my question, Steve, is do we have to do the motion individually by each item, or can we do it by one?
The problem is, if the motion was made to table, you have to vote on the motion as it was made.
Okay.
Which is what I heard, I think, was everything.
No, it was very specific.
Then go specifically.
Intro 1099, discussion of draft.
Can we do them individually?
Yeah, that's my question. No, my question is.
Or as a group.
Can we, what I'm saying, Roz, how is your motion to do those at once?
One vote to table.
For all those items.
Basically.
So that's the motion. Was it seconded?
No, not yet, because Lisa asked for the motion to be read again.
Second.
You can't discuss.
You can't discuss
You
the
can't, you
motion.
can't discuss a motion to table.
The motion has been made and seconded.
Who's the second, please, for the record?
Okay, we're going to do a roll call vote on this.
Can you explain
The motion is to table Intro 1099, discussion of the draft hybrid remote meeting policy resolution. And well, we probably wouldn't do any of the chair reports anyway, but all votes except for the parks and for obviously the elections. And there's a second, and there's no discussion on the table to motion. Sorry, that's Robert's rules.
I don't need to do roll call, do I?
Yes. Yep. Point of information? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Do you want to explain the motion?
What's the question? Point of
He
information?
doesn't understand the motion.
No. The point of the motion was to table the following agenda items. Intro 1099, discussion of draft hybrid meeting policy resolution, and committee presentations, correct? But you said
We have to vote on.
parks are staying in. So you're asking to the intro 1099 and discussion of the draft hybrid remote meeting policy, correct?
And the bathroom access codes.
And the what?
Public bathroom access.
The public bathroom.
But is public. That's on your bathroom. It's on here.
It's on the agenda.
Yep.
There's one of those that are required, no required. So then it's out.
Another point of information. Intro 1099. We're going to vote. We are going to vote. Christine.
Are there time deadlines for any of
The parks. We need to vote on the.
Is there a time deadline when 1099?
We want to get, the goal is to get to Julie as soon as possible.
I don't understand the schedule.
I understand, but this is called discussion. That's the problem. The motion unfortunately was made combining things. I know you'd like to do it individually, but that's not the motion. The motion has been made and seconded. It's not for me to like or dislike. That's the rules.
I moved the table to table.
Okay, We're going to do a roll call vote on this.
One more point of information. Can we have them still make their comments? And then at least mark that.
You have to vote against it.
Yeah,
That's the point. If you.
It's not, it's one or the other.
Take an exception, then you have to vote no to this motion, then we can renew a motion table individually. We're spending time doing this. We have so much things to do. Roz, you won't withdraw your motion to make it specific so people.
Carol Appleman. Wait, hold on. Are you going to withdraw this or not? Well, there's a motion on the floor to table. Okay, because Steve said something about the withdrawal.
I'm asking if you would withdraw the motion so that we could do it separately, because that's the condition. No, okay. Roll call.
Carol Appleman. No. Wait, to table.
Vote was no, not to table.
Nellie Ashmore. Yes. Anatole Asheroff.
Yes.
John Mahia. No. Anne Marie Barakowski. No. Marisha Baton. No. Nick Barkowitz.
No.
Kat Bloomfield. Yes. Daniel Bracker. No. Carlos Crowe.
Yes.
Tanya Chavis. No. Osmond Chowdhury.
Yes.
Stephen Cooper.
No.
Kelly Craig. Absent. Warren Davis.
No.
Lisa Della. No. Lori Gallo.
No.
Sammy Camille.
Yes.
Dr. Rosamond Gianosis. Yes. Camille Gray. No. Kenny Greenberg.
No.
Mohammed Hossein. No. Christine Hunter. No. Leland Kindell. Victoria Khan. No. Diana Ketchler. No. Prameet Kumar.
No.
Chimay Lama.
No.
Sheila Lewandowski.
No.
Benjamin Lucas.
Yes.
Patrick Martinez.
No.
Tom Matusas.
No.
Eric Nauber.
No.
Steve Shanat.
No.
Riley Owens.
No.
Omaya Saab is absent. Roberto Saldana.
No.
Laura Shepherd. No. Ryan Smith.
No.
Caroline Spitzer. No. Lauren Springer.
No.
Punchak Tashi. Absent. Keller Thomas.
No.
Mary Torres is absent. Letitia Vasquez is absent. And Kelsey Tang is absent.
We have a roll call. We're going to get a total first. Do it right. I don't want to be the US Congress.
The noes win.
Yeah.
Okay, Steve.
Yes, I make a motion to table the discussion of the draft hybrid meeting tonight, since it was just a discussion. And I also move to table the public bathroom access bill at this time for the next meeting.
Second. Yeah, let's do a show of hands.
All those in favor of the motion? Okay. There's probably someone against.
Anyone against the motion?
No one's raising their
So
hand.
it's unanimous.
Unanimous, okay. Okay. We are going to move on to intro 1099. Lauren, is this public comment or is someone just?
Just one gentleman has to leave. He's not-
Okay, yes. Sorry, I don't know your name in the mask. You can come up and make your comment because I know you need to leave. Yeah. Do you want us to bring you the mic?
I was a teacher, I can talk without it. Yeah. Can't go so slow to the stage.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Peter Chair. I'm a former teacher. I'm disabled, and it was hard to get here, and this is so important. Despite what you've been told by the union leaders and the mayor and the MLC, they're all lying about Medicare Advantage being as good as traditional Medicare. I was promised my entire career traditional Medicare. I want to put a human face on this so you can understand what Medicare Advantage actually would do to people. 3 years ago, I had a tragic accident in which I shattered my shoulder, and the only thing holding my arm on was the skin on the outside of my arm. In the hospital, the doctors said, we have to operate tomorrow. We have to replace your shoulder. I said, I can't have titanium because I'm allergic. They said, we don't have time to get approval from your insurance. They thought I had Medicare Advantage. I said, I can't have it. They said, if you wait to get approval, it would take too long. You will either die or we will amputate your arm. We need to put titanium in. I said, I will develop an immune disease or I will reject it. They said, you will take medication every day for the rest of your life. We have to do this. We can't afford to wait. They said you could sign a document legally saying that you will pay for the operation and everything, and then we could go look for a different device. My operation cost $170,000. In the 3 years they've spent $400,000. I would have been bankrupt because I would have had to pay for everything. At that point, I was like, oh my God. And the doctor said that he thought I had Medicare Advantage. And I said, I have traditional Medicare. And he smiled and he said, oh, no problem. There is no approval necessary. We will find you a new arm. And that's what they did. They found a device. I would have been dead, lost an arm, bankrupt, or taking medication every day for the rest of my life. I don't have that. I'm disabled. Probably 2 years from now, I'll be okay. It's a 5-year recovery. It was that bad. I have also, and I know I've gone over, but I just have to say, if I were on Medicare Advantage, they use actuarials to decide how much PT or OT you have. I've had twice a week for 3 years so that I can do things like raise my arm. I can't feel my hand. I might get it back. Under the actuarial, I would have gotten 1/3, according to every doctor and every single therapist. I said I would have had 1/3 of the therapy and I would be completely disabled and dysfunctional for the rest of my life. It's not true that it's better. It's not true that it's the same. I've read the entire 300 pages of the Aetna plan. Not one thing that they're saying is true about the doctors, about pre-approvals, about any of that is actually true. So either the mayor and those people are stupid and didn't read it, or they've read it and they're lying. Thank you. I appreciate you listening to me.
I'm going to go through the other people who have public comment on this. There are a few, starting with Marilyn Jesem. Oh, shit, right, I'm sorry. Debbie Farley.
Please try to make it quick because I have a feeling it's not going to be that much disagreement.
Hi, good evening. I'm Debbie Farley. I'm a DOE retiree with 30 years of service. I request your support by urging our elected officials to sign on to Intro 1099. Let me dispel two misrepresentations of Intro 1099. One, there is nothing illegal in this legislation, and secondly, nothing exists in this legislation that would interfere with the city union's ability to collectively bargain for their employees' members. Intro 1099 demands that the city offer at least one Medigap supplemental plan to retirees. Simply put, 1099 is a 2-sentence bill to be added to the city's administrative code. City employees were promised traditional Medicare and supplemental plan when they retired. After half of a century, the city is attempting to forcibly enroll retirees in a substandard Medicare Advantage plan. That strips us of our traditional right to have Medicare because you cannot be enrolled in a Medicare Advantage plan and maintain your traditional Medicare benefits simultaneously. In 2014, the MLC, a group of the city's largest labor unions, took $1 billion from the city's health stabilization fund to pay teacher raises. As a result, this fund-depleted fund has not been replenished. And in an attempt, in an attempt to restore funds, the mayor and the unions are now targeting retirees by taking our promised healthcare benefits as a cost-saving measure. Even though the Health Stabilization Fund has nothing to do with funding Medicare retiree benefits. Retirees should not be expected to replenish the funds, balance the budget, or fund wage increases. Please adopt the resolution requesting our elected officials to support Intro 1099 and ask the City Council to bring Intro 1099 to the floor for a vote. We must have Intro 1099 passed. We need a bill to protect and preserve our healthcare benefits now and in the future.
Thank you. Sue Ellen?
Yes, I'm on.
Okay. Rhoda?
I'm online.
Yeah, hi, I'm a retired New York City Department. Sorry, I retired from the New York City Department of Health here in Long Island City a couple of years ago. And I'm quite alarmed the fact that the city is trying to take away our long promised benefits for a choice of health care. Just to try to save money because it's, spent the money that was given to us earlier on current raises. If they do it, if they can do it to us, they'll do it to current city workers as well. And we've had a decades-long agreement with the city as part of our work life there that they would help us get affordable, decent choice of healthcare plans when we were older, when we retired or disabled. And they're abandoning us now. And I wish that CB Community Board 2 would support us in this effort. I wish that my representative, Julie Wan, would. We haven't heard from her yet. She's not on our side as far as we know, but I'd like her to be. And I just urge you all to become aware, because as you grow older, these are going to be issues whether you work for the city or not. Medicare Advantage plans are not what they're cracked up to be. The federal report last year showed that they often deny and delay needed care, and people are suffering accordingly. Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Edward?
We're not going to be able to vote if everybody keeps speaking, just so you understand that. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Edward Jamgoshan. I work for New York City for 25 years as an engineer. And everybody with the darker hair, they're going to get older one day, and they realize that the most important thing is the medical insurance. When we joined the city, they said the private sector pays better, but if you join the city, salary is less, but you have a lot of benefits. Now city is showing us that the benefits are not there, and because they want to cut some money, and the easiest way to cut from people who already did their share for the city. So we are asking for a community board to support 1099 and to help us at least for you and for your future when you're going to get retired. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's everyone I have.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion. Laura seconds. We have multiple. Wait a minute, hold on. Let Laura. Caroline made a motion, Laura seconded it, but Lauren, the chair of the committee, is going to say something.
There's actual word on the motion.
Unsurprisingly, the HHCSC members expressed support for this. We couldn't make a motion because we met virtually, but we recommended that this be voted on by the full board.
Motion to support.
We have a motion to support. We have a second. Now we have discussion.
Now comment.
Okay, I just want to make a really quick comment. My father was on Medicare Advantage. My mother was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. It was horrendous.
And I will tell you this, that Medicare Advantage is not Medicare. Do not believe the name. Medicare Advantage is not, technically it is not. It is managed care by private industry. That's what the city is trying to do to folks who have worked as civil servants and really gave to this city. And we have to understand that Medicare Advantage is a Trojan horse to try to privatize Medicare, and it is a horrible thing that we cannot support.
I want to echo that. When my mom was sick, same exact thing.
Anybody else wish to speak on it, or can we vote?
I think Tom has a comment. Tom. Oh, I got Tom.
Tom, you want to say something, or can we vote?
I just want to say I'm ready to vote.
Okay.
We do not, I don't think we need to do a roll call vote.
No.
Okay, show of hands, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Any abstain? Okay.
Please, work with Julie Wan.
We'll try. We'll try. We have 7 minutes.
Okay. Okay. We have to now do a much less glamorous vote, which is on the minutes from the last meeting. Does anyone want to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, second by Tom. That's what I'm looking at. This is going to be a show of hand votes. Everyone in favor, raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Wait, hold on. Let's do oppose first. Sorry. Abstain.
Who's abstaining?
Patrick, Caroline, Lisa.
Wait, Patrick?
No, not here.
Lisa?
Her people who weren't here.
Caroline? And Pedro.
I mean, unless someone
Is that it?
Screen, please.
So that's 4. Who else? Okay.
Okay. Whew. Okay, we are now moving to the elections for the board. Every candidate is going to have 2 minutes, and we're going to try to hold you to this. Speak. We're going to keep it at 2 because I think we asked people to prepare things. So we're going to start. God, remind me how we did this last time.
All right,
Start with the chair. Start with challengers.
Chair.
Okay.
Now we'll start with the person.
Okay.
Stay there.
I'm starting.
Yeah, you're going to be one of the ballots.
Got it. Okay.
You're the over the ballots. First chairperson candidate is Danielle Brecker.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Okay. I am Danielle Brecker. I am the current chair of Queens Community Board 2. I live in Long Island City. My priority as chair is to make sure that our community has the representation and the resources that we need. That means that for 2 planning projects impacting our district right now, supporting the process and being a watchdog to make sure that process is inclusive, the community is heard, and the resources we need, like new sewers, a hospital and maternal care, resiliency measures, and expanded green space and mass transit are part of the final plans. That means leading the board to call out a local elected leader whose refusal to answer for their bad acts hurt our community. That means making a plan to fully vet and approve cannabis business applicants so that we can grow small business, shutter illegal shops, and deliver social justice that the state law legalizing cannabis calls for. In doing that, over the last year, Community Board 2 has become the model for the process. There's more I could say, but I'm going to turn to what is happening on Monday, as it is far more important than these community board elections. On Monday, I will join our neighbors from around the city to protest and testify against the latest round of city budget cuts to jobs, libraries, schools, parks, firehouses, composting, and much more. This may not be the role of the board chair, but it is why we are all on the board, to fight for our community, to fight for the representation and the resources our community needs. Win or lose tonight, I will always lead the fight for our community. I hope to do it with your votes for chair of Community Board 2. Thank you.
Sportsmanship. Joel Ashraf, we abstain too.
I'm sorry? Did I? Oh, Q&A? Parliamentarian?
There's not Q&A.
No Q&A.
Unfortunately, we don't have time.
All right. Do it. Hey everyone, Anatol Ashraf. I've grown up in this district since 2003 when I was 17, starting in Woodside, Sunnyside, lots of time spent in LIC, and a couple of trips to Mass Patrick. Professionally, I'm a marketer, historically in tech, and now in finance. It's the job. I've been a dedicated board member since 2019, so that's longer than our past two chairs. And you have most of my list of accomplishments in front of you, so I won't waste too much time with that. Everything I've done serves both board members and the communities we represent. I don't see the chair as a lone Batman superhero battling big issues by themselves. Anybody can do that, but someone who, well, not everybody can do that. Daniel Brecker is awesome, but someone who empowers all of you to be superheroes for our community. We all joined this board to do stuff and to be a meaningful part of CB2, and I won't be able to do this on my own. So we are all going to do this together. I sincerely believe leadership is best when it's shared, and that's why I want to run for chair, to make this board more inclusive, transparent, engaging, and accountable, to remove barriers, not create new ones. Anybody with a young child or any issue should be able to do this from wherever they are and be counted. Roz and I have a platform to guide us to that vision, and I aim to lead for at least 2 years, hopefully, laying a solid foundation for the next wave of leadership. And yeah, let's build something with our community stakeholders that works for today's reality and lasts beyond us while following our bylaws, charter, and the books and records. And I also want to be the first non-white chair of this board since 1950. There's never been one. Thank you so much. Thank you.
On the election, since I don't believe it is due diligence not to have Q&A, not to people have discussion. And I think that they are important. So I actually have just put a motion on the floor to postpone these until the January meeting. Second?
I'll second that. So it's a motion to table the elections in January.
Okay, we're going to vote on that. Roll call. But because there can't be discussion?
You know, I guess I got it realized, but I'm not sure what to do. See, the bylaws demand that the election be held in December, at the regular December meeting.
I said nothing
So what
about.
you're doing, look, forget the Q&A, that's a separate issue. So what you're doing is you're asking us to table the bylaws. It's like tabling the Constitution. Oh, that's right, some candidates said that. As much as I'd like to, as a parliamentarian, I'd have to say I can't do that. We can't table the bylaws.
But we should also not be irresponsible about that.
I agree, I would love to have Q&A, and I'm very sorry that we're so late today. But
Q&A is not in bylaws.
Q&A is not in the bylaws, that's correct, but that's not the point. It would be nice if we could have done it, if we had the leisure. We just don't. So now the choice is whether you're going to have elections or not. I mean, all everybody has to do is walk out of the room right now when you don't have elections. Okay? But to answer your question, I do not recognize the table. I find it out of order. Sorry.
Did we have Q&A last year? What? I'm asking if they Q&A last year.
We did not, but no one ran opposed. Okay, so it's okay. We're calling the next candidate. That is Dr. Roz.
Good evening. I hope it's still evening. And, you know, in all our statements that we've circulated, and you've seen our statements, Anatol and mine, not one of us pledged to make our meetings shorter. So I'm going to start by doing that right now. Thank you for your attention. I hope you'll vote for me.
Well, it's hard to be brief on that. Tell me when to start. We sent out bios, so hopefully you know who all of us are. I don't think there's anyone here who is putting down anybody else. We're all people who care. People have some wonderful ideas, but ideas are not sufficient to do anything. What you need is the ability to execute those ideas. That's what I've been doing at this community board and in my profession for a long, long time. You have an idea, I'll help you find a way to make it work. That's why I'm running. Thank you.
on to second vice chair, Tom Matusas. And then Patrick, you're next, so you're ready.
Good evening, everyone. Tom Matusas. I'm hopeful that you read the bio. I hail from the Blissville section of Long Island City. I live in the home that my family established in 1907, living with my great aunt who was born in the house, 92 years old. I'm an active member of the community, serving as the secretary to the Blissville Civic Association, a member of the board of directors with Newtown Creek Alliance. Serving on community board too, I've co-chaired the transportation committee, co-chaired the unhoused, served on the budget committee, and served on the Kosciuszko Bridge Parks project. I'm proud of the work our committees have done, and my commitment to the board and to the community will be to continue to fight for our community. I will be beholden to not one individual, but to the community, especially our underserved populations and our underserved neighborhoods. Thank you. I ask for your vote.
Hi, everyone. I'm Patrick Martinez. I'm too tall for the mic. Sorry. Okay, there we go. So as I put in my bio, I've worked in marketing for the last 12 years. Like Anatole, it helps pay bills. That's important. And I've just been a member of this community board for basically my entire life. I grew up just over the border in Elmhurst, went to 102, went to 73 in Maspeth, and I live, like Tom, who we did not coordinate our looks tonight, in the same house that my mother grew up in and that my grandparents have been in since the 60s. So roots here are deep, not as long, but deep all the same. And I went to college in Vermont, lived in Korea, taught English. My mother's an educator, sister's an educator. I have plenty of folks who are involved in community service, whether FDNY, NYPD, city government, and I just do this in my spare time to scratch that itch because we live in a gem of a community. I know there are many different voices, broad spectrum. I'm on my city bike. My car parents do not understand me. I understand there are people who do not like development. I understand we have a housing crisis with a finite housing supply. And I really try to take all these backgrounds, voices that I've become familiar with over the years and try and synchronize it and bring us a little closer to a little more civility. And that's what I'm going to do when I'm second vice chair. Thank you.
Okay, Secretary Brian Smith.
That's only one thing.
Yeah.
There's no position.
Wait, didn't we promise everyone?
No.
Yeah, treasurer, and you waive it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Treasurer.
Can I waive
Waive it.
Okay, parliamentarian?
You waive your speech? Sure. You're unopposed. Everybody has a ballot.
And Akilla Thomas is the parliamentarian.
Yes, he's unopposed, and he waived his speech. Thankfully. Thank you all.
We still have some votes to take tonight in addition to this. So what would make it the easiest and fastest thing to do is if everybody took their ballots, checked whoever the candidate they want, and signed each page, submit them all back to the staff. They can do the counting. We can continue talking and getting our voting done on the two land use items. Okay?
We're gonna, why don't we give everybody like a minute?
Yeah.
Okay. Just because I don't think these votes are really.
No, your name's already printed on it, so all I gotta do is check and sign.
Like, you can write it. Smart. They're not land use, Steve, they're park. Yeah, and I don't, you do. It's their environment and parks and recreation. And I don't, yeah, I don't think it's gonna be, terrible. I'm gonna ask Laura what she, yeah, city planning. Okay, so I'm gonna ask, city. Okay, so just attention. Sorry. So Debbie is going to waive the district manager report, but we are going to hear from city planning. Okay. And I am going to ask city planning to be brief. We have everybody. We have one. I can see a few.
No comment.
I can't stop.
I was trying to learn by just watching her. Good evening, everyone. We'll try to make this as short as possible so we can all go home. So I'll start with just some updates about any applications that are going through ULURP. So as a general reminder, we have the DEP Labs application going to a public hearing on January 3rd. That's located at 2402 49th Avenue. And then as a general update, as Farah said earlier, from Councilmember Wan's office, we did have our first focus area meeting last night. So thank you. I see some faces that attended. Thank you for that. As mentioned, we had over like 120, 150 members participating. So we are working to compile all that information and make it accessible for you all. So just remember to check out licplan.nyc, licplan.nyc. And just want to invite you to remain active and engaged on the website. If you've registered on the website, you'll also get email updates regarding our future focus area meetings. And another reminder is that this first round, which is happening now in December, is all virtual, but moving forward in the next year, it's going to be in person. So we'd love to hear your voices in person and have a more livelier discussion then. And our next meetings are going to be on Saturday, December 16th, and on December 18th, Monday. And the one on Saturday will cover economic development, art and culture, and community resources. And then on Monday, we will be discussing public realm transportation and water resiliency. So if you have any questions, feel free to email Teal or myself and check out the website. And I hope to see you all at these meetings. Thank you.
Can I ask a question about, I've heard from some people in the community that they had some trouble with the technology for the meeting. They couldn't comment. Someone who commented was told that their comment was irrelevant. Are we going to fix all those glitches?
Yeah, we are compiling everything that happened. We're meeting internally, trying to make it a easier process, a more inclusive process. So we do really hope that moving forward, we'll learn from each round, each meeting. So let's just remain hopeful and.
And my other question is, I did try to go on the website and make comment after the first meeting, but I could get on the website, but I couldn't figure out how to make comment. Is that not up yet, or?
We have a tab on the website. So the kind of like the different topics are to the right. There's one that's called Get Involved. Okay. And right there, for now at least, that's like the main spot on
website where you can leave a comment. It's generally like to drop an idea. I think moving forward, we might have a different way for you to engage, but right now it's the Get Involved tab at the top of the page.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from board members? Lisa, I'm coming.
No, just a quick question. When's going to be posted on the website, the recording?
We are working on that with our communications team. So we are hoping that at least within this first round in December, we will be able to post that. But I can try to follow up with our team to get a more concrete estimated date.
Just want to know, last night's focus area meeting was very broad, very general. Will follow-ups give us an opportunity to really pinpoint things on maps?
That's a good question. I'm not sure how your breakout group was. We have a slide, right? That there was kind of like the study area map where you could drop kind of areas where you want to see some type of work. Is that something?
Well, our breakout group was more like drop stickies with general concepts, like more affordable housing, infrastructure upgrades.
We can definitely bring that back because there is a slide that's intended for that, so we can have like a more visual idea of where in the neighborhood we want to see things.
I mean, I think it sounds like your question is also geared, and it's not the first time. I know, Kenny, you've had this question too, like when will things get more specific? And in the focus area meetings, the idea is that every round out of these 3 rounds will get more specific so that we can get to the point of having actionable recommendations, because having those kinds of recommendations is what helps us as well actually put together a plan. Is that?
I get that.
Okay.
Yeah, just I guess excited for the part where we color out the maps.
It's coming. It's coming.
Who else is waiting? I mean, just to quickly follow up on what Laura said, maps are, I mean, coded maps that really explain the area in more detail and show where the factories are and where the existing housing is and where the lots are. Having that available could really enrich the discussion. I mean, and I think what happened last night in the group that I was in is that the discussion focused on the URLIC sites, you know, the Annabelle Basin sites, because that's what everybody was familiar with. But the reality is, you know, there's this whole vast area that there was really no information about to kind of hone in on a more substantive level, and that would be really helpful.
Thank you. Just quickly, and forgive me if this is already answered. How many rounds will we have?
In total, we'll have 3 rounds. Each round will have 3 meetings.
Okay, so by the 3rd round, we're going to get specific. That's what I'm hearing.
We'll get more specific as each round goes.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I just want to know, I know that so many people on this community board are really well informed about how planning works and what land use is in zoning. And I know you've been a part of past studies, but part of why we designed this first focus area meeting to be more broad is to bring everyone in the community up to speed on what tools we have. And so you can expect more of that kind of a presentation in the next 2 focus area meetings this month. But we will definitely get more specific in the following meetings. We just want to make sure, you know, everybody is being brought along on this journey.
Kat.
So will there be the same focus areas for every round? So that if, for example, the first round, there's in the second session, there's arts and culture, and then there will be this in the second round, we'll be able to get even more specific about arts and culture. And in the 3rd round, it's even more specific. Okay, so if that's the case, then how will that be managed when we're getting more and more details, but certain issues are sort of lumped together in those sections? So I think arts and culture is with like 3 or 4 other things. So like, I guess I'm wondering, like, are they going to be longer meetings as the rounds go or?
I'm not sure. We haven't figured out exactly what the activities are for every meeting. And so if you can also kind of voice what your concern is, that would be helpful for me to bring back to our group. Is your concern that you feel like you won't be able to provide input on, say, economic, arts and culture? I can't even remember the third one off the top of my head, but individually?
I'm just concerned that if there are people with different, maybe they're separate people with one specific interest, and then they want to have the conversation about their issues, and then they want to be even more specific, like deep as we go, it drills down more. I guess I'm just wondering, and I wasn't there at the event, so I don't know if you have smaller groups and then you collect that and then you then move forward with it. I guess I'm just concerned about the timing available when you get more and more specific.
Yeah, so I mean, even last night, and something that we'll continue to do is have what we call breakout groups within the meetings. And so you shouldn't expect to be in the position that a town hall puts you in, where you're among several hundred people, and that can be really overwhelming and it can be hard to get down. It's really not the format of focus area meetings. It's more like we bring enough staff to separate people into smaller groups of maybe 10 or 20 people, and then you have a discussion among just a handful of people.
Thank you. Hi, I also wasn't at the first meeting, but I plan on coming to the next ones. So I was wondering, do you guys have a plan to take the information from the previous meeting and bringing the next people's in the next meeting up to speed, so that maybe we can encourage a more comprehensive way of thinking about these focus meetings? Because not everything, for example, arts and culture does not exist in this district or anywhere in a silo. So we can encourage us as a collective to think about these different focus areas in an ecosystem. So would that be a possibility, so that everybody's kind of coming up to speed together instead of kind of starting over each time?
Yeah, certainly. So how this first round went was that we pulled information from the kickoff event that happened the month prior. And so we started off with that. And then when we got into our breakout groups, that was the opportunity for people to kind of relate to that, to see if it was still relevant or not. And I think that's the idea moving forward. So even if you miss one round or one meeting of a certain round, your input will definitely be heard and valued.
Okay. And is there a way for the previous information each meeting to be blasted out to people?
Certainly. Please go to our website, licplan.nyc, register. We'll also be sharing kind of as we go, everything that we've achieved prior.
Hey, quick question. Sheila over here. Oh, okay. So from the one of the public speakers before who attended, she was talking about how she felt a lot of the structure was set up to really talk toward increased development. And you've heard from a lot of us here, we're looking for more green space, and even, the possibility of that public space being community facilities and stuff. Do you have a response to it being structured in such a way as to lead conversations toward large scale development?
Defer to you.
Sure. So, yesterday was the first time we've really had a moment to talk about what we were calling guiding principles or goals. And so that was a moment to have that kind of a bounce back and discussion with the community. And we definitely heard folks who said that they don't want to speak about it from that perspective. And so all of that information is taken into DCP and will then be posted out on the website and shared at future events through summaries of past meetings. And so I just want to make sure you feel those comments are being heard and they will be responded to with transparency. With that being said, I do also just want to kind of speak to why our first goal was to generate significant housing. This is a policy goal of the city during a housing crisis. And that's how that goal was formed. I can't tell you right now exactly what, our our responses to the comments from last night are, but we'll definitely talk with our team about the differences in opinion among the community, because I think there are a lot of people who had very different opinions on approaches to housing and creating more or less, well, not creating less housing, but creating like a higher density of housing versus other things in the community.
Okay, thank you. We don't think we have any more questions. Cool, thank you. Happy holidays. Okay. Laura, do you want to lead the vote on the parks? Do you want me to do it? I don't think this is, okay.
Yes.
Actually, I'll come to you.
Oh, right, okay.
All right, okay. Motion to support the parks proposals for the dog run, the turf fields, and Lawrence Virgilio Playground. Amazing. Can we just show of hands all in favor?
Okay. Yeah.
Is there any discussion?
Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I want to bring up my concern I have with the continued use of artificial turf, which the manufacturing of which, the installation of which, the maintenance of which is actually one thing, not cheaper. It's creating more heat. So I, want to consider maybe in the dog run, it's not artificial turf. I know where the play area, the rec area, which I also think shouldn't be artificial turf, is on top of concrete. So that's a little bit harder for them to not use artificial turf. But the dog run, there's an opportunity not to lose some natural soil and not to, every single time we put this material down, we are generating more heat, not just in the factories and the installation, but on a daily basis. Temperatures have been measured 160 degrees and higher on some of these artificial surfaces, including the one at the waterfront. Melts the bottom of people's sneakers. So, just putting it out there to really, if we're talking about being greener and being more climate forward, we should be talking about not using artificial turf. So would you make a friendly amendment? Can I make a friendly amendment to?
All right, yeah. So to support the proposals as is, but inquire.
I would ask if you would make a friendly amendment to not use artificial turf in the dog run.
I think we should ask them to reevaluate, but then defer to the experts, because we don't want to delay the timeline of these things, because parks procurement is slow enough.
Our recommendations are just recommendations anyway, and so the board is saying they would prefer it or they wouldn't. So to me, it's a friendly amendment to say we would suggest not using artificial turf on the dog run, or we're not going to say it.
All right, in that case, no, I think we should just accept the proposals as they are.
Okay, so you're not accepting the friendly amendment. That's
correct.
Thank you.
No disrespect, though. Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right.
Maury, I got.
Okay, Maury, what's your friendly amendment?
Hold on.
Yeah, I have just one word amendment that's instead of dog, can you use the pets? That is the only one correction for me. It's not a dog park, it's a pets park. That's it.
Not accepted. Not accepted. I think we should, yeah. But yeah, I think, is it compatible with dogs?
My friendly amendment is just to vote in support of it, but add the caveat that we strongly encourage them to use real turf.
In future projects or in this one? Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Strongly encourage it.
Okay.
It's fine.
Accept.
Strongly encourage.
Okay.
All right.
Anyone?
Okay. Sorry, Sheila.
Anyone else? Does anyone? Okay, okay. Order.
Don't identify me.
Okay, order. Can someone call, Penny is calling the question. Okay, we're gonna do this as a show of hands. Okay. Favor? All those opposed?
See no opposition or any abstention. So the subject's unanimous.
The motion carries. Now we're going to move to the next park, which is, sorry. Laura, oh, yes, okay.
Well, we accepted that also. I made the motion to support all of the president.
Okay.
Yeah, done.
Amazing. Okay, great. We're done. Now we're just gonna wait for the counting to finish. Okay. I don't know if there's anything else we can.
Wait a minute. Mark.
Sorry. It won't be great, but they'll hear something. Yeah. I would say we could take comments, but I'm not going to say that because we'll be here for another 5 hours. So.